Multiple local school districts are closed today as thousands of teachers across the state are rallying this morning in Raleigh. What message they hope to get across to lawmakers.
The governor signs Medicaid funding in North Carolina into law, but not before pushing back against new requirements. What he is calling on state lawmakers to change.
And the Supreme Court makes a landmark ruling impacting the long-established Voting Rights Act. How that decision could lead to changes in the Carolinas.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 6 o'clock. Happy Friday morning, everyone. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador off for, well, this is his last day off. We'll see him on Monday.
He's been off all week. We might see him Monday if he decides to come back. Nice to have you back as well. We know you were losing your voice on Wednesday.
Sure
I mean, between allergies and everything else going on, Ted, there's a lot of that going around.
Yeah, a lot of that going around. Maybe the rain Saturday could help wash some of that pollen out.
That'd be great.
As we still combat some of it, yes, we need the relief because that tree pollen, man, it's still ubiquitous out there, showing off here as we head into the weekend. East-northeast winds 10 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid-50s. We are looking at the dew points well separated from the temperatures, so not too concerned about that. We're cooler to start, anywhere from 8 to 9 degrees cooler, 6 degrees cooler. Boone and Jefferson, I'm looking at those 50s locked in here for your morning as we have more of those upper 50s near 60 degrees. Wadesboro into Rockingham, we're in the 40s. Up towards Boone and Jefferson. Now, when it comes to your day planner, I'm expecting us to hold on to mostly cloudy skies for most of the day. 60s lunchtime, highs touch 70 degrees, and then cooling off later this evening. Mix of sun and clouds, maybe a few pop-up showers here and there, but late in the day brings your rain chances heading into your Saturday. So lows will settle into the 50s overnight heading into your Saturday with that wet weather moving in. We'll break down more of what we look like for your look at your radar here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
Ted, thank you very much. Students at many North Carolina school districts will have today off, or at least do remote learning because of a rally in Raleigh. Teachers, advocates, and parents plan to march to the state capitol to call for more public education funding. Raises for teachers are on hold because state lawmakers haven't passed a budget. General Assembly members are facing criticism over prioritizing tax cuts and private school vouchers.
We're tired. We are not getting the respect we deserve. We haven't gotten pay raises.
We're feeling it in the pocketbook. I mean, everything's going up cost-wise, gas, inflation is hitting all of us hard.
That march and rally are scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock this morning.
North Carolina's Medicaid system is getting more money after weeks of uncertainty. Governor Josh Stein signed the Medicaid bill into law Thursday. It pumps $319 million into the system to close a funding gap. Stein is also raising concerns about what's in the bill: work requirements, eligibility checks, and immigration verification.
The bill will eliminate health care coverage for nearly 27,000 children and pregnant women who were lawfully present in the United States. The group includes victims of human trafficking, green card holders, refugees, and other immigrants with legal status.
Republican lawmakers say they are open to revisiting provisions to match with federal law taking effect October 1st, but both sides say they are facing another shortfall next year of $1 billion. Lawmakers in Raleigh are proposing a new law enforcement team to handle future child welfare cases in the wake of a Charlotte girl's death. Mecklenburg County Representative Carla Cunningham filed the Dominic Moody Safety Act yesterday. It's named after a 6-year-old girl who died in East Charlotte last December. Authorities believe she was abused leading up to her death. Her 3 caretakers were then arrested. Under the legislation, the proposed team would work with social service departments and handle cases that show repeated red flags.
New wrongful death lawsuits have been filed following the 2025 plane crash that killed NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and 6 others. The estates of pilot Dennis Dutton and his son Jack Dutton are suing Biffle's estate, seeking $50 million each in damages. The lawsuits claim Biffle, as the owner of the aircraft, failed to properly maintain the plane, contributing to the deadly crash. 7 people died when the plane went down near Statesville back in December of 2025. The cause is still under federal investigation. A separate lawsuit had already been filed on behalf of Biffle's daughter, as families continue to seek accountability months after the tragedy. In a landmark ruling, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a part of the Voting Rights Act that previously forced some states to include majority-minority districts in their congressional maps. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber explains the impact here in the Carolinas.
In a 6-3 decision, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled this week that congressional maps cannot be redrawn to strengthen the voting power of a single race, unless it can be proven the original district was drawn to discriminate against that group. Conservative justices first signaled their concerns with majority-minority districts during oral arguments back in October.
Race-based remedies are permissible for a period of time. What exactly do you think the end point should be?
How much of a change is that to representation in the country?
Yeah, I mean, in the Deep South, it's going to be a huge change. If you want to show racial discrimination, you have to show that that is true, and it's not about partisanship.
Western Carolina University professor Chris Cooper said the ruling could enable North and South Carolina to redraw some seats in the state legislature. There's also been a lot of talk about redrawing the district currently held by longtime South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn.
There's no strong feelings in the legislature to do that, because most of the legislators in South Carolina are fair-minded people.
But Cooper says despite previous failed attempts, Wednesday's ruling could reignite the effort.
The key is it was still drawn in order to make sure that people of color were able to choose a candidate of their choice. That's the legal language. I think there's really no doubt about that. And so, yes, during the next South Carolina redraw, whenever that is, I think we should be looking very closely at that district to see what happens.
Important to note, no districts in South or North Carolina can be changed ahead of the midterms in the fall. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Taking a live look over Washington this morning, where President Trump is putting his signature on a measure to end the 76-day-old shutdown of the Homeland Security Department. It comes after House lawmakers passed a measure to fund most of DHS. Kristen Eskow explains what's next.
In only a matter of seconds, the House voted to end the longest partial government shutdown in U.S. history.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Last month, the Senate unanimously passed a bill to fund all of DHS except agencies that handle immigration enforcement. With money to pay DHS employees set to run out, pressure had mounted for House Speaker Mike Johnson to put that bill on the floor.
Why have the 150,000 furlough notices go out today? Why put our TSA agents in the middle of all this stuff?
We were not going to have lines at TSA. Everybody will get their paychecks now. We'll get moving forward.
Speaker Johnson argues House Republicans first needed to come up with a plan to fund immigration enforcement agencies, which were not covered in the Senate bill.
That was critically important for us to do to ensure that we're going to protect the homeland, even though Democrats are unwilling to do it.
Republicans are working to pass that funding through a separate process that doesn't require any votes from Democrats.
It's complicated, it's not ideal, but it's got to happen.
Democrats have refused to support more funding for ICE and Border Patrol without reforms to immigration enforcement.
There's a problem with ICE. There's a problem, first of all, because of the amount of money they have, but also their behavior.
President Trump says he wants the bill with funding for immigration enforcement agencies on his desk by June 1st. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
North Carolina environmental leaders will meet to decide if voluntary water restrictions need to become mandatory due to the ongoing drought. Right now, only some areas like Iredell County have mandatory restrictions. For the rest of our area, it is voluntary. These restrictions include prohibiting outdoor water use like washing your car. Statesville city leaders will begin enforcing those mandatory water restrictions starting on Monday. Coming up on 6:09, let's get a check of your pinpoint forecast with meteorologist Ted Payton. As we take a look at radar there, Ted, not much to speak of.
Not much to speak of, but we do need to go really close, street level, to see some of the rain that's set up over uptown. This is what we've been watching for, just a stray pop-up shower or two. More dry than wet, but right now, if you head out the door, I-77 north of Charlotte towards Huntersville, you might get a little bit of a light shower. I-85 up through Cabarrus County into Harrisburg, Concord, Kannapolis, seeing a little bit more of that rainfall, which is going to be brief and short-lived here pushing east. Over our Gulf states, that low-pressure system stationary front bringing in the rain from Texas into Louisiana and even further parts of Alabama into Georgia, seeing some of the scattered showers. That stays to our south before ramping up as we head into your end of the work week, into the weekend. I'll keep an eye on this and walk you through more of those impacts for your Saturday rain chances coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Well, what we love about Fridays, one, it's Friday. Two, volume's typically lighter than it is Monday through Thursday. So let's hope for that today. Right now, looking at a great shot from NCDOT, I-77 north and south traffic. Traffic on the right side is the southbound traffic headed into Uptown. You can see the skyline right at the top. That is a cool looking shot there right at LaSalle Street. Traffic looking good. Overall, things are looking pretty good. We do have reports in the south part of the city on Pineville Matthews Road that one of the lanes is closed because of some low-hanging power lines. That is eastbound. So if you're on 51 going between Ray Road and Raintree or Providence Road, one of those lanes is going to be blocked because of some low-hanging power lines. So we're hoping utility crews are working to get that open. That's what the purple indicates right there, a closed lane. But overall, it's not causing delays just because traffic is so light this morning. Let's take you up near, this is 77 southbound coming down from Lake Norman from Cornelius. I don't see any wet roads. Ted mentioned there might be a little spot of rain up towards that Huntersville area. We'll keep an eye on all those driving conditions, but overall things are looking good. Coming down from the lake, in from Gastonia, up from Rock Hill, Concord, Albemarle, up from Monroe. You guys are all in great shape this morning. If you're heading to the airport, here are those drive times from Uptown, Rock Hill, and down from Cornelius, all looking good this morning. Just don't be speeding. Man, that would be the worst way to ruin a Friday and a kickoff to your weekend. We'll give another update of traffic coming up at 6:30. Annie?
Some companies are looking to give back to their customers as they wait for refunds from the Trump administration. How you can get some money back from tariffs. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
.614 is the time. Welcome back. The federal government is expected to issue the first tariff refunds to companies by May the 11th. Customs and Border Protection has been working for weeks to refund $166 billion in Trump's tariffs, plus interest, that the Supreme Court nullified earlier this year. The electronic system used to help facilitate those refunds went live last week. Importers have reportedly already uploaded 21% of the affected entries into their system. Now, the refunds will go to the companies that imported the goods, not to consumers. However, some companies have already said they do plan to give the money back to their customers. That includes FedEx and UPS. While FedEx hasn't released their exact plans, UPS executives are already accepting refund requests through a special online portal. Right now, their refunds cover certain tariff payments made that were starting at the end of January. Despite being forced to pay back billions to companies impacted by tariffs, President Trump is continuing to threaten those levies on other countries. Just last week, the president threatened to hit back at the UK after the country implemented digital service taxes. Recent trade talks in India have also stalled, though leaders say they do remain positive.
They're our companies. It's like us targeting their companies, which we could do very easily.
These engagements are ongoing and constructive. Both sides are working towards a balanced, mutually beneficial, and forward-looking trade agreement.
Closer to home, the U.S., Canada, and Mexico are facing a July 1st deadline to start a mandatory review of their trade relationship and tariffs still in place. President Trump says he's lifting some tariffs on Scotch whiskey in honor of the King and Queen's recent royal White House visit. The president previously imposed a 10% levy on whiskey from the UK in April of 2025, prompting the country to institute a 25% retaliatory tariff on American whiskey, including Kentucky bourbon. The Scotch Whiskey Association said that its export volume dropped 15% following last year's announcement. The administration has not yet clarified whether Trump's comments mean that he will fully eliminate the tariffs or simply lower them.
Some scary video out of New York. 8 officers there are recovering after they were caught up in a home explosion while answering a domestic disturbance call. It happened around 3 Thursday morning in Queens. They say the victim's husband broke into that home while intoxicated and armed with a knife.
This was yet another example of the valor and the courage of your NYPD cops, who again put the safety of complete strangers above their own.
Investigators say the suspect brought bags containing an unknown substance into the home. That suspect still has not been caught. The drought in the Carolinas is impacting families and businesses, including family-run farms. Some South Carolina growers say their blueberry farm is just in survival mode now. Reporter Hannah Baker shows us how they're getting by.
Here at Champney's Blueberry Farm, these blueberry bushes tell the story of a farm under pressure. What's usually a productive growing season is now being stressed by months of extreme drought in South Carolina. Farmers say extended dry conditions can impact everything about blueberries, from the size to the quality to the quantity, and this year has been tough. While irrigation systems do help, they're expensive, especially when they're being run not as a supplement to rain, but a replacement. Farmers facing another added expense this year as diesel prices are on the rise, meaning they have to spend more to run necessary farming equipment. Farmers say those costs are inevitably passed onto the consumer, which can lead to fewer people buying blueberries. And another blow to profits. With all the obstacles this year, farmers tell me it's going to be difficult to recover.
It's going to take those blueberry bushes multiple years to get over. It's an extreme stress for them. And so the yields will be impacted a couple of years into the future. They've got to prepare for food prices to go way up. And it's not the farmer's fault. It's to inputs, it's of course diesel prices. And then if you think about it, the South is in a terrible drought right now. It's gonna be a bad year for everybody this year.
As peak blueberry season begins June 1st, local farmers say the goal now is survival throughout this drought as they continue advocating for state support to help offset rising costs and crop losses.
It is 6:19. I know that we've had a little bit of spotty rain throughout the week. We got more coming. We need some real help from Mother Nature with that drought, Ted.
Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of a taste of some rain as we head into Saturday. More of an 80% chance of showers moving through, but then drying out by Sunday with the tale of two cities. Low 60s Saturday, near 70 degrees come the second day of the weekend. In terms of radar right now, picking up on just a few light showers over uptown. Not seeing much in the way of our impacts. Whoa. My map is jumping in and out on us here. We're looking at the Queen City areas up towards Concord, seeing some of the rain right now. If I put the clock into motion, you'll see how the last hour has gone in terms of how things have developed for your morning commute. So quickly moving north and east of Charlotte in the Cornelius area up into Harrisburg, Concord, into Kannapolis. We'll hold on to more of those impacts as we look at high pressure in control. Low pressure system here over Texas, tracking further east for Texas into Louisiana and into southeast Georgia, holding on to some of the spotty showers as of this morning. More dry than wet for Friday. I expect us to ramp up more of the rain activity heading into your evening hours over our South Carolina counties before Saturday ushers in more of the widespread impacts. Wet to start your morning. Late morning, early afternoon could see some pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall before we dry out Saturday evening. And then sunshine dominates heading into your Sunday. 1/4 inch to maybe 1/2 inch far south and east of Charlotte. Our mountain counties only looks at a trace of rain to maybe 1/10 inch as the low pressure system sits off of the southeast coast. Our drought conditions sit at level 4 and 5. Out of 5, extreme drought in the red, darker red shading in the exceptional drought. That's where we really need the rainfall. Not getting enough this weekend. Temperature starting off in the 50s, 40s for our mountain counties, more in the way of the low 70s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Low 60s for our higher elevations. Overnight lows will be cold and chilly. I'm looking at low 40s to what will be the low 50s from our higher elevations down into uptown. 70s take hold Sunday after a big dip in temperatures into Saturday, and then we'll have those 80s return Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Annie?
Thank you, Ted. Here is a live look over New York City. A nice start to their Friday there. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King is up next in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Wingstop says the Iran war is hurting its sales and the build out of data centers is slowing down home construction. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning and happy Friday.
Good. Happy Friday to you too. And it looks like we're going to open mostly higher here today. And that's after the closing bell rang with new records yesterday for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. And the Dow had a huge gain up, almost 800 points yesterday. Well, the AI data center gold rush now colliding with another big problem in the U.S., a shortage of homes. Builders say projects are taking up to 2 months longer to complete because the data center operators are hiring away all the electricians that are needed to wire the new homes and apartments. Now, according to the Texas Tribune, construction of these homes that are near data center work has definitely seen the time slide to get those home across the country, to get those homes done. Well, the CEO of Wingstop, the popular chicken wing fast food restaurant, has blamed rising gas prices caused by the war in Iran on a drop in sales. Michael Skipworth, the company's CEO, said that the chain's first quarter earnings call that the drop in visits from lower income customers paired with some temporary store closures due to winter weather hurt their sales the first 3 months of this year. Annie, back to you.
Jane, why do I feel like chicken wings are always the thing that gets impacted by things in the economy, right? When, during the pandemic, it was all chicken wings are so expensive, and now gas prices are impacting chicken wings.
Indicator. We need one of those on Wall Street.
Yes. We need a chicken wing expert. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
A major deadline this week for the war in Iran. Why some in Congress say the law calls for the conflict to end.
Putting education on hold to better the future. The impacts a statewide rally will have on districts across the Charlotte area today as teachers call for improvements.
A North Carolina man makes a court appearance after alleged threats to the president. What he said on social media that landed him on the radar of top security officials.
Coming up here on 6:30, happy Friday, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday, everyone. Julian is off today, and today it's gonna be
May.
It's gonna be May. It's May 1st.
Happy Justin Timberlake Day to all who celebrate.
That's
if
it.
you didn't do it, I would have done it.
Ask the younger kids. If you know, you know. But yes, today is the first day of May, and here we are, just rolling through spring already, Ted.
Rolling through spring. I remember a while ago, I saw it was like a question, and it was like a meme where it's like, what is one thing you mispronounced that your friends have never let you forget? And it's just a picture of Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, May.
He's never ever going to live that down.
Never going to live it down. But we are heading into May, and you know how they say April showers bring May flowers? We didn't get many showers in April, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to kick off the month of May with some rain chances heading into your Saturday.
Well, maybe we'll get June flowers then.
June flowers, at least we get flowers at some point. That's what I'm looking forward to. Now, we are seeing some of the cloudy skies locked in, about just a couple minutes away from getting more of those brighter conditions as the sun's now up. East-northeast winds, 10 miles per hour, temperatures in the mid-50s for our start to your Friday morning. We land cooler from anywhere from 7 to 8 to 9 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. So almost a double degree difference. We're talking mid-50s, upper 50s, Rock Hill, Lancaster, low 40s in our mountain counties. Might even dip into the upper 30s briefly here before we turn these temperatures around. Mix of sun and clouds second half of the day. I expect cloudy skies to dominate for the most part. We'll peak near 70 degrees this afternoon. Mix of sun and clouds also leads to those spotted and scattered showers. 20% chance of that with northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour through most of today. Tonight, we'll settle in what will be the mid-50s, low 50s heading into your early morning hours. We'll be limited to the 60s to start your weekend on Saturday. Average highs this time of year typically land in the upper 70s. So it'll take a little bit to warm back up into that as we have 70 degrees for Sunday, upper 70s Monday, 80s on tap for the start of next week. So our pollen forecast, we're going to have the high pollen count to medium to low. Tree pollen, oak, hickory, and sycamore will be the main culprits behind those flaring allergies. We'll break down more of what to expect with another check coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you very much, Ted. As I said earlier this week, if your windshield wipers are on the fritz and it's time for new ones so they're not streaking, put some new ones on today before that rain comes in tomorrow. Right now, volume's looking good. Traffic's looking good. This is NCDOT camera looking down onto I-77 north and south traffic. Southbound is on the right-hand side headed towards the skyline that you can see at the top of the screen. Great looking shot. One of my favorites there. Overall, things are looking good. You can see a little volume out west on 85 between Gastonia and Belmont picking up. We've only got really one issue causing any kind of problem, and the problem is small. South part of the city, inside the 485 loop, Pineville-Matthews Road, headed eastbound. So one of the lanes is blocked. There's some low-hanging power lines. And so utility crews working to get that. But one of the lanes, it's normally a divided highway. You got two lanes going in each direction. One of those is closed. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout the morning. Coming down from Lake Norman this morning, this is I-77 southbound traffic on the right. 2 regular lanes, 2 toll lanes. You can see the brake lights at the top of the screen going around the bend. Headed to Huntersville. Things are looking good there. On the other side, great shot. You can see Carowinds Amusement Park. Look at that right there. The roller coasters off to the right, and that traffic coming at us from South Carolina. Splitting 485 and 77 traffic. All stretches looking good this morning. Same can be said on the east side of the city, Independence Boulevard. A little breezy camera there, but traffic moving good and really almost non-existent this early in the morning. Those drive times also good. Just be responsible for yourself behind the wheel. Don't be distracted today, and we'll give you another look at traffic at the top of the hour.
Jason, thank you. Students at many North Carolina school districts will have today off, or they'll be on remote learning because of a rally in Raleigh. Teachers, advocates, and parents plan to march to the state capitol today to call for more public education funding. Also, raises for teachers, those are on hold right now because state lawmakers haven't passed a budget. General Assembly members are also facing criticism over prioritizing tax cuts and private school vouchers.
We're tired. We are not getting the respect we deserve. We haven't gotten pay raises.
We're feeling it in the pocketbook. I mean, everything's going up cost-wise, gas, inflation is hitting all of us hard.
That march and rally are scheduled to start at 10 o'clock this morning. Today marks 60 days since the U.S. and Israel started the war with Iran. Some lawmakers say the war should end unless President Trump gets congressional approval to continue. Maddie Beer-Temple reports on the debate on Capitol Hill.
Some Democrats say if the president doesn't get congressional approval by Friday, he has to withdraw forces. But Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth pushed back on that.
We're right at the 60-day deadline.
Virginia Democratic Senator Tim Kaine says Congress needs to vote on the Iran war. He cites the 1973 War Powers Resolution that requires congressional approval to continue military action 60 days after lawmakers are notified of the conflict.
Is the president intending to either seek congressional authorization for the war in Iran?
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said he'd defer to the White House on that.
However, we are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means the 60-day clock pauses.
A shaky ceasefire is still in place, though negotiations have stalled between the U.S. and Iran. Iran's supreme leader put out a defiant message Thursday saying the country would protect its nuclear capabilities. Meanwhile, the cost of the war to Americans is causing concern in Congress as gas prices remain high.
The gas will go down as soon as the war's over.
Iran continues its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, where a fifth of the world's oil travels.
The people are suffering in my district. Do you know what it costs to fill up a tractor now?
The war's price tag, which the Pentagon says is so far $25 billion, is also raising eyebrows across the aisle.
It's a lot more than $25 billion.
I don't like spending $25 billion for anything, but also I support the president, and I have confidence that he will have this all finished and complete soon.
A recent proposal from Iran has suggested delaying negotiations on the country's nuclear program, but President Trump has said any deal with the country must involve Iran giving up its nuclear ambitions. Maddie Beer-Temple, News Nation, Washington.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's trying to get more details about a short-term ceasefire Russia proposed to President Trump. The Kremlin says Russia's president proposed a May 9th ceasefire to coincide with Victory Day. That's when Russians celebrate victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. No other details have been released about that ceasefire, but we do know that Ukraine is proposing a longer-term ceasefire.
The Texas girls' camp where 27 people died in flooding will not reopen this summer. Owners of Camp Mystic are withdrawing their application for a 2026 license. Heavy rains over the 4th of July last year caused flash floods at the Riverside camp, killing 25 girls and 2 teenage counselors. Hearings this week uncovered owners had not trained counselors for emergencies and waited too long to evacuate.
I think about the night of the flood every moment of every day. We tried our hardest that night, and it wasn't enough to save your daughters.
Camp owners are facing wrongful death lawsuits and a state investigation into safety measures. A South Carolina man is being held on charges of making threats against President Trump at a Raleigh area car wash. Harrison Grubb tells us about the case and the suspect's message in court.
Federal authorities are investigating in Wake County after this tidal wave auto spa in Apex had to be evacuated Wednesday. Apex police say they arrested Daniel Swain after he made threats towards President Trump.
I think that threatening anyone is just not right. In this country, if you threaten somebody like that, it's not going to get you anywhere good.
This video shows his car being towed away from the scene with several messages written on its windows, including "Tell Donald he is fired." Swain's social media account has several anti-government posts, including one earlier this month where he called President Trump the new Hitler. Police say Swain, who lives just outside of Charleston, South Carolina, was traveling towards Washington, D.C. Multiple agencies are investigating, including the Secret Service, FBI, and SBI. In a statement, the Secret Service said in part, quote, "We take all threats against our protectees very seriously. However, we do not comment on matters of protective intelligence or ongoing investigations." Swain appeared in Wake County Court for the first time Thursday afternoon on numerous charges unrelated to his alleged threats.
The Eastern District of North Carolina is in the process of obtaining a criminal complaint and arrest warrant for threats against the presidency and successors to the presidency. So you're being held on a detainer for the federal government.
He briefly addressed the judge before being given a $10,000 bond on his state charges.
I'm unemployed. I'm a United States Army veteran of third generation. This is a little ridiculous, but that's about all.
The Trump administration has appealed a judge's order as they attempt to cut the number of vaccines recommended for children. The appeal was filed Wednesday. It's in response to a March 16th court order that blocked Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s decision to end broad recommendations for all children vaccinated against flu, rotavirus, hepatitis A and B, and some forms of meningitis and RSV. The judge also stopped a meeting of a Kennedy-appointed vaccine advisory committee. The judge's order will stay in effect while the appeal is considered. The appeal did not say why the block should be lifted. It's also unclear why the administration waited 6 weeks to file that appeal. President Trump has withdrawn his pick for Surgeon General Dr. Casey Means. Her confirmation was paused amid opposition, including from some Republicans, over her views on vaccines and her unconventional approach to medicine. President Trump announced a new nominee, Dr. Nicole Safier. She's a radiologist and has a wellness podcast. Dr. Safier rejects vaccine mandates and wants the childhood vaccine schedule to be flexible enough to allow some parents to delay giving babies those shots. Well, despite Concanipple being snubbed this week, one Hornet was still able to bring home some hardware for the season, the big milestone for a fan favorite in Buzz City. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
The Rookie of the Year might not be here in the Queen City, but another honor was presented to a Charlotte Hornet yesterday.
And we're getting one step closer to the upcoming NFL season. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald has those stories in your morning sports.
Well, after Concanipple was snubbed for Rookie of the Year, coming up second to his former Duke teammate Cooper Flagg, one Hornet was able to come away with some hardware by the NBA Moose. The Hornet center, Moussa Diabate, is the latest recipient of the Kia NBA Hustle Award, making him Charlotte's first player to earn the honor. The award has only been around for 10 seasons and honors a player who makes effort plays that usually don't show up in the box score to help a team's success. And if you watch the Hornets this season, that describes Moussa to a T. While he lacks the size of a typical center, Moussa showed up night in and night out, diving for loose balls and fighting for boards on both ends of the floor. He averaged career highs in each of the main categories and finished second in the NBA in offensive rebounding percentage. And here's a look at what Moussa was able to do this year for Buzz City on his way to the Hustle Award. Almost 8 points a game and almost 9 boards per night for Moussa this season. He was a beast on the glass all season long. Moussa ranked first in the NBA in offensive box outs and fourth in screen assists. On top of all that, Musa averaged a block per game and averaged just under 4 offensive rebounds per game. Musa brought nothing but effort and heart to the floor each night. Certainly a worthy winner for the Hustle Award this season. Moving to football now, we won't have to wait very long to see new Panthers rookies like Monroe Freely in action. Yesterday, the team announced their spring schedule. Rookie minicamp starts on May 8th. That's next Friday. It wraps up the next day on the 9th. The next time we'll see all the first-year guys on the field, they'll be joined by the vets. The first of 4 OTA periods begins at the end of the month. The first one kicks off May 26th and ends the next day. They're back to work on the 29th. And then again for another 2-day OTA starting June 1st. After getting the 3rd off, they'll return on the 4th. Mandatory minicamp begins June 9th and it finishes on the 11th. And one guy who's excited for it all ahead of the season in the fall is Carolina star running back Chuba Hubbard.
The biggest thing is what we've harped on is just, continue to build that chemistry between each other. I think a team that's banded tightly together is unbreakable. So I think that's what we're just going to continue to build in the workouts, on and off the field, and everything we do.
On to golf now, the first black golfer to join the PGA Tour is set to be immortalized in the Queen City. The late Charlie Sifford will be honored with his own statue. It'll be unveiled next week at Elizabeth Park, just prior to the start of the 2026 Truist Championship. Sifford broke barriers when he joined the tour in 1961. He went on to win the 1967 Greater Hartford Open and the Los Angeles Open 2 years later. Just before his death at the age of 92, President Barack Obama awarded him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. Certainly well-deserved for one of the legends in the game of golf. We'll have a lot more coming up tonight on Carolina Sports Live. We'll have a report from Texas Motor Speedway as we get ready for all the action in NASCAR this weekend in the Lone Star State and so much more coming up tonight on Carolina Sports Live.
All right, the Duke Blue Devils are coming to Amazon Prime. The two sides announced that they're entering a partnership that will televise 3 marquee Blue Devils men's basketball games. It'll be the first time the platform has streamed a live collegiate sport. This is just part of a broader retail partnership that is expected to come with extensive NIL opportunities for the university and its athletes. All right, so what games, you ask, will be streamed? Here they are. It'll be an Elite 8 rematch this fall when the Blue Devils meet UConn in Las Vegas. That is set for November 25th. Duke will then be looking for revenge, but they'll have to do it without Cameron Boozer. A month later, they'll go to the Big Apple and take on the reigning men's champion, Michigan. And the last of the 3 games will be on February 20th against the Zags.
A former Panther coach is headed now to college. Former interim Panthers head coach Steve Wilks is going back to help his alma mater. He's heading up the hill to Boone. He's going to be joining the App State athletics team as the special assistant to athletics. He'll be responsible for a slew of different areas, including fundraising initiatives and special events. In December of 2025, the New York Jets fired Wilks as their defensive coordinator after one of the worst seasons defensively. He was also here in Carolina. He was also D.C. here, defensive coordinator here in Carolina, but was passed over for the head coaching job when Frank Reich was hired back in 2023. Remember him? The NFL, the coach revolving door we've had. The NFL coaching vet was a Southern Conference champ with App State back in 1987 and 1991.
All right, here is a live look at the Great American Speedway located in Fort Worth, Texas. The Speedway is known for having no limits, and race fans are ready to watch action get underway. The Craftsman Truck Series kicks off today with the SpeedyCash.com 250 at 7 o'clock, and then the Andes Frozen Custard 340 O'Reilly Auto Parts race. That's tomorrow at 2:30, and then the main event, the Worth 400, is set for Sunday. And they do say everything is bigger in Texas, so we are giving you a super-sized version of Around the Track this week, complete with the return of America's crew chief Larry McReynolds. Our Carolina Sports Live team will head down to the Lone Star State for our Around the Track coverage. The green flag drops for the Worth 400 Sunday at 2:30.
Well, we're taking you from Texas to Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky. Matter of fact, you are looking there at Churchill Downs, some practice going on. I love it. The 152nd Kentucky Derby kicks off this weekend, and I hope weather is fantastic. I know people are going to be dressed to the nines.
Oh, that is my favorite
hat,
part,
the
honestly,
mint
is seeing all the festivities around. Of course, the race, that lasts for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's all the
True.
preparation
It's the
leading
buildup.
up to it. But Ted, how is our weather looking regionally speaking for the Derby?
Well, we're not going to be too bad. All the rain is to our south, so it should be good to go for the Derby. We'll be holding on to below normal temperatures this weekend. Notice they had a little bit more clear skies than the cloudy skies that we have here close to home. 50s on tap, east-northeast winds 10 miles per hour, dew points in the mid-30s heading out the door. Right now, looking at radar, we are looking at some spotty showers. It's over Charlotte into High Point, holding on to more of the light rain tapering off over Concord, Salisbury, pushing north and east. Not a major impact for your morning commute. As a matter of fact, more dry than wet. You see most of the showers raining themselves out here over the last hour, not causing a major impact going from northern Mecklenburg County into Cabarrus County, parts of Stanley County as well. So for the most part, dry to start your morning as high pressure sits off to our north. Notice partly cloudy skies over Kentucky with another low pressure system bringing rain through the Midwest, showers through the deep south. We find ourselves sandwiched in between the two, holding on to the cloudy skies for the most part before we usher in cooler temperatures heading into the weekend. So putting the clock into motion, we'll have those cloudy skies linger with rain off to our south over our South Carolina counties. A few peaks of sunshine here and there before Saturday morning starts off wet. A light rain at first, and then moderate to heavy rain pushes in late morning, early afternoon. Starts to taper off as we head into your Saturday evening. Dry by Sunday as sunshine dominates to finish off the weekend. We could see a quarter of an inch from uptown to areas south and east, maybe half an inch towards the mid-country of South Carolina. At best, a trace of rain to a tenth of an inch for our mountain counties, as the higher elevations won't get much of that moisture, but still hold on to drought conditions. Level 4 out of 5 in that red shading for the extreme drought, exceptional drought in that darker red shading just east of uptown. We're cool and chilly to start your morning. Temperatures in the mid-50s, upper 40s, I-40 corridor. Highs will touch 70 degrees, maybe low 70s east of Charlotte, with our overnight lows chilly yet again, dropping down into the low 50s, upper 40s with your 7-day forecast, bringing in another round of wet weather heading into Tuesday and Wednesday of next week with those 80s returning. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
So check this out. It is a massive statue of man's best friend. High up top, this is Nipper, you guys. He's a 28-foot tall dog statue and is the source of pride for many in Albany, New York. Nipper has called the top of this building home since the late 50s, when it was placed there to promote the location of an RCA appliance distributor. He's become such a well-known sight that he's being added to the city's list of historic landmarks.
When I think of Nipper, I think of Albany. When I think of Albany, I think of Nipper.
So just seeing this little dog is like, it just makes your day.
The building has been unused for years. It's even close to collapse, and many worry if the building goes, that Nipper will be lost with it. They're now looking for his next home. That's going to be a big home, a big leash, a lot of stuff.
A big dog bed.
A lot.
But please save Nipper. Like, get him a home that is sturdy. We can't lose. I mean, I've never heard of this in my life, but if I lived in Albany, I'd be so proud of Nipper.
Yeah. Oh, I'd have a T-shirt, Save Nipper, all the things. Now, I don't think a lot of people know that you went to school in Albany, New York. Did you know Nipper was there?
I had no idea.
Ted.
I lived in Albany for 4 years. My sister lives in Albany.
Your nose was in the books. You didn't have time to look up.
Yeah, that's what it was.
My head was down in the books. Exactly.
For sure.
That's what it was.
That's what it was. You were studying so much.
Hard studying.
That you missed the 28-foot
Oh, look, they got Nipper merch. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I have seen that logo before.
Oh, you have?
You just didn't know where it came from.
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
I didn't inquire further.
Huh.
I was still in the books.
Well, if they need to get rid of Nipper, bring him on down. Bring him on down to the Carolinas.
We can put him on top of our building.
We'll take him.
We will.
We'll take him. He can be our mascot.
The building
All
will
right,
collapse.
coming up on our 7 o'clock hour, we'll be back right after this.
A new business out west could help protect the environment for years to come. A one-of-a-kind pilot project in San Diego is helping find ways to protect the country from coastal erosion while also helping wildlife. It's called E-Concrete. It not only physically supports the land it's attached to, but it helps build environmental diversity. After 5 years, it's not only protecting the coastline, it's creating artificial tide pools for sea life to settle and thrive. That's something that just doesn't happen with traditional seawalls or large rocks.
Basically what it's doing is it's pooling water, as you can see as the tide's dropping out right now. There's this level of water that's retained in each of the tide pools, and it basically replicates what you would find out at Cabrillo tide pools or along Sunset Cliffs, for example.
That's pretty cool. Coastlines in California have also started using solar-powered smart buoys. They transmit real-time information about water quality, underwater noise, and other environmental factors. Time is 6:59. Stay with us as we head right into our 7 o'clock hour.
North Carolina teachers will head to Raleigh today to call for better pay. Their needs as state lawmakers' budget debate is stalled.
And we hit the mid-70s here Thursday afternoon today, struggling to get into the 70s again as we cool down heading into the weekend. We'll have 60s on tap before warming back up early next week. I'll break everything down for you and break down those rain chances coming out.
We had a nonprofit organization that was really just a front, and a lot of organized crime was going on behind the scenes.
The crackdown on a cross-country retail theft ring based out of Union County. What deputies say the ringleaders did with the stolen goods.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday, TGIF. Welcome into our 7 o'clock hour of Queen City News. Slow clap from Ted. Right there. We celebrate along with you. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador is off today.
I'm meteorologist Ted Fate. Just happy to be here.
You gonna make it?
Seems
You gonna
like
be all right?
Cry almost every Friday.
I know. It's because there was a moment back there about 4:05 Monday. I didn't know we'd make it.
That's true.
It was questionable.
It was touch and go all week, Ted.
But here we are. And Mother Nature was touch and go. Same goes for this morning. More dry than wet. Cloudy skies overhead. We're going to be making a run for the upper 60s, near 70 degrees, peak heating hours of the day. But notice that cloud cover has landed around the Carolinas, but we could still see a few peaks of sunshine here today as we head into your afternoon. As of right now, mid-50s, east-northeast winds coming in at 14 miles per hour, dew points in the mid-30s. So far enough from the temperatures, not a concern for impacting your morning. We're sitting anywhere from 5 to 7, even 9 degrees colder than the previous morning, giving us those mid-50s heading out the door. More in the way of the upper 30s, low 40s, Boone and Jefferson. So higher elevations will be nice and chilly, a little bit on the cold side to get your day underway. Overnight, we're going to be rebounding from those 50s into your 60s. Late morning, early lunchtime, I think we'll touch 70 degrees, peak heating hours of the day. Mostly cloudy skies. Can't rule out a stray shower or two with a 20% chance of rain today. We've seen a few of those pop-up showers early this morning. Northeast winds will settle in anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour, so easing up a little bit, but still enough of a breeze and enough of a bite to make it feel a little chilly, as the overnight lows drop down into the mid to low 50s heading into your early Saturday morning. We'll walk you through rain chances and take a look at your overall setup here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Thousands of students all across North Carolina are out of school today as their teachers travel to Raleigh.
A statewide protest for public education funding will take over the streets of the state capitol today.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudicel's live with a closer look at their demands. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jason and Annie. Know that there are going to be several school districts working on an optional teacher work day. District officials across North Carolina, many of them making official changes to their school calendar to allow teachers to participate in today's events. Now, Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, Kannapolis City schools, as well as Gaston and Cabarrus County schools, they're among the groups that have a large portion of their workforce headed to join the protest in Raleigh today. Now, similar to what they did back in 2019, the North Carolina Association of Educators is hoping to fill the streets of downtown Raleigh with teachers. From 10 until 3 o'clock this morning, they'll be rallying, meeting, and marching to put pressure onto the General Assembly to finally pass a budget. Organizers say the theme for the day of action is kids over corporations. Participants accuse state lawmakers of prioritizing private school vouchers and tax breaks over adequately investing in public education. According to protest materials, that includes spending at least $20,000 per student by 2030 and a raise of at least 25% for all school employees. Teachers say they feel the need to make a big statement just to be heard.
Just one of those that the longer it goes on, the more they're going to take advantage of us.
Now, as teachers board buses and vans all across the state, we're headed over to the state capitol as of right now. We're going to take a look as to why North Carolina is still the only state in the union without a current operating budget. That's coming up in our 8 o'clock hour. Reporting live just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you. Investigators say they've put a stop to a Union County operation to sell medications and other items stolen from big box stores. They believe it's part of a wide-ranging network behind thefts across the country. A former CMPD detective tells Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks he started a security business to prevent crime rings like this.
55-year-old Deanna Morzinski and 42-year-old Luis Ospina are in the Union County Jail facing charges tied to an alleged organized retail theft ring. Investigators say they convinced people across the U.S. to steal items from major retailers, then ship them for sale in the pair's fake nonprofit organization, Key Step LLC.
The nonprofit, best that we can understand, is it was supposed to be helping orphan children who were transitioning into adulthood. And they had all types of people, good people, donating to this cause because they think that they're doing a great thing out in the community. However, it was just a front.
The front was operating the fake organization while running KRZ Logistics, what deputies say was the actual business used to facilitate the resale of the goods.
And they were just saying that they were getting such good prices because they went to liquidation sales. Well, they got good prices because there was thieves around these 16 states stealing things, sending them, and they were profiting from it.
Authorities say they recovered $250,000 in stolen merchandise.
From places such as Walgreens, CVS's, Publix.
A lot of the people that were involved in this were not just your run-of-the-mill, people coming in stealing candy bars and food items.
The National Retail Federation says shoplifting and merchandise theft increased by more than 50% in 2025, costing stores more than $112 billion in losses.
What we call shrink, the shrink numbers are still increasing and not decreasing, and the violent offenses are increasing as well.
Anthony Finocchio was the lead detective of the Organized Retail Theft Task Force for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police. Now he runs Shield Solutions, a staffing company for uniformed off-duty officers working at retailers.
The whole premise of the businesses is really simple. If you think like a criminal and you see a uniformed off-duty police officer with a marked car, you're not going to go into that store.
For now, reporting in Union County, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
7:07 is the time now. A former pro skateboarder accused in a 17-year string of sexual assaults will be spending 116 years in prison for his crimes. That's the sentence a judge gave 56-year-old Wayne Ray Goff Thursday in Mecklenburg County Court. On Wednesday, a jury found him guilty on 18 counts of indecent liberties with children. The crimes started back in 1993 and continued through 2010, with Goff sexually assaulting victims while working as their skateboarding coach or mentor. The case didn't break until 2022, but a man mailed police revealing that he'd been assaulted by Goff when he was just 13.
We found out that the reason he came forward was because his son wanted to learn to skate. And as soon as his son said that, he did not want to not teach his son to skate. And the emotions started coming up.
That victim coming forward led to others talking to police.
3 more men are facing charges in a Chesterfield County dogfighting investigation that led to the arrest and the firing of a deputy. South Carolina Law Enforcement Division agents released images that they took of Tuesday's raid at the home of 27-year-old Shane Gaskins. Investigators say they rescued 34 dogs during that operation. Gaskins is facing 8 counts of animal fighting and mistreatment and criminal conspiracy. Chesterfield County Sheriff Cambo Streeter fired him after that arrest. SLED agents arrested 3 other men, with 49-year-old Terry Gaskins facing 23 counts of animal fighting and mistreatment, plus drug and weapons charges. 27-year-old Chris Gaskins and 31-year-old Shamar Sutton are also facing criminal conspiracy counts.
Okay.
7:09. Let's get a check of our pinpoint forecast with meteorologist Ted. Peyton, Ted, we've had a couple little spotty showers popping up here and there, but we're going to need a lot more rain to make any drought impacts.
Yeah, that's not going to be busting our drought by any stretch. Just a few of those scattered showers east of Uptown. This is north of Union County, east of Cabarrus County, heading into Wadesboro, parts of Albemarle, looking at some light showers as of right now. Outside of that, maybe just a stray shower over Pageland, but not seeing much in the way of rain. As we put the clock into motion, you get a better idea on how things have progressed really most of the morning. This was north of Charlotte, now tapering off rather quickly. That's the only amount of rain that we're seeing in our area. For the most part, dry heading out the door for this Friday morning. We have the most of that moisture over eastern Texas into Louisiana. The train of that stationary front keeping the conveyor belt staying to our south. That will keep us mostly dry as water vapor satellite imagery doesn't show too much dry air in our vicinity. While drought conditions continue, level 4 and 5 out of 5. That's the red explaining that extreme drought, the darker red shading. If I take you even closer here, just east of Uptown, we have the exceptional drought, which is, again, where we have that level 5 out of 5. So we need the rain chances that come into play on Saturday. I think more widespread light to moderate rain, could be heavy at times, tapering off by Sunday with another round of wet weather coming into play early next week, Tuesday into Wednesday. But we'll go from the low 60s Saturday to 7 degrees on Sunday for your weekend forecast. We'll break down more of that pattern and that setup here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Kicking off our 7 o'clock hour of Pinpoint Traffic. Now, here's what we're looking at in this video. It's kind of hard to see. Right in the center of the screen, right where the trees are, there is a green interstate sign right in the middle of the trees. To the left of that, I know I'm being very specific here, we got a brush fire, a grass fire. You can see just the faintest bit of white smoke that is coming up on the other side of those trees. We've had a grass fire for the last half hour. So it was certainly worse about 20 minutes ago. It is starting to improve, but we're looking at I-77. This is the split here at 85. You got 85 north going to the right there towards Greensboro. Right around the bend is where there's been a slowdown. That's where they've been putting out that grass fire. So just be aware of that. This is near 7785 interchange, just north of Uptown. Here it is on the map. This is where this is going on right there, kind of at the interchange, more on 77 than 85. So it's slowing traffic down. The good news is that volume on Fridays is light. And so we're grateful for that. We're seeing volume build on 85 North coming out of Gaston County this morning. Here's a look down 77 straight from Cornelius. If you're coming down from Lake Norman, all 8 lanes across, even the toll lanes looking good this morning. The other side of 77 is down near Carowinds at the South Carolina state line. Headlights coming at us, splitting off on 485 and 77 there. Here's your drive times looking good, whether it's Gaston County, Iredell County, York County. Here's a look from the east side of the city now that we have a little more daylight. Independence Boulevard. East and west looking good this morning. Albemarle, Concord, Monroe. You guys are all in great shape. We'll give you another snapshot of your pinpoint traffic coming up around 7:30. Good morning, May Kay.
Good morning, Jason. Well, you know, with many discount airlines struggling to stay aloft financially, an ultra low-cost carrier is thriving at a Charlotte regional airport. I'm May Kay Bueller. Coming up, good news for frugal flyers as the airline celebrates a milestone. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. At a time when budget airlines like Spirit are struggling to stay aloft financially, the money-saving low fares of Avelo are keeping that discount carrier flying high.
This week marks 5 years since they became the first new airline in the U.S. in nearly 15 years, and it marks 2 years since Avelo took flight at Charlotte's Concord Paget Regional Airport. An anniversary celebration is now underway. Our Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Maykay Beeler joining us with more. Good morning, Maykay.
Good morning. Well, Avelo is marking the occasion with a 5th anniversary promo code, 5 years, offering passengers $50 off round-trip tickets between May and November. Now, the ultra-low fare airline is celebrating its milestone with ticket voucher giveaways, sweet treats, and Avelo fanfare. We know since 2021, Avelo has flown more than 9 million customers, over 300,000 here in the Charlotte Concord area. It has operated more than 74,000 flights, 2,600 in Charlotte Concord. They serve 34 destinations, nearly 60 routes, 8 from Charlotte Concord, and they've grown to over 1,000 employees, including over 120 in the Charlotte area. Now, despite industry challenges and some restructuring, Avelo has avoided the trauma of bankruptcies that have haunted Spirit Airlines. Now, Avelo is young in comparison to Spirit's 30 years of service. All airlines are struggling with the rising cost of jet fuel brought on by the Iran war, and that no-frills discount carriers like Spirit, that has been referred to as the Dollar General of the skies, are trying to compete with the legacy carriers that are now beating the low-cost ones at their own game. They are copying them by coming up with their own brand of cheap fares with the added perk of exciting loyalty programs. Discount airlines like Spirit are begging for a bailout to survive. Now Spirit goes under. It hurts all passengers because less competition means airfares go up. Now, Avelo Airlines founder and CEO Andrew Levy, he's optimistic. He says his company will continue to soar. He says, quote, "Our growth in the Charlotte Concord area has been noteworthy, and with more airlines and destinations on the way, we look forward to welcoming aboard millions of new and returning customers in the years ahead," end quote. Annie?
Thank you. A big deal for Avelo. Well, good news for frequent travelers. Starting today, you can sign up for TSA PreCheck at a discounted cost. TSA officials are offering $20 off the sign-up fee for first-time enrollees who are 30 and under. It brings the price down to a range of $56 to $65 depending on how travelers sign up. TSA PreCheck gives passengers preferential service at airport security checkpoints, and enrollment is good for 5 years. A new FDA review finds that the U.S. infant formula supply is safe following testing for potential contaminants. Health officials say the analysis conducted as part of the FDA's Operation Stork Speed project found very low levels of heavy metals, pesticides, and other potential contaminants. The study was launched in 2025 in response to the 2022 formula shortage when the FDA had to shut down one of the largest formula production plants in the country. That's when investigators also found heavy metals in several popular formulas. While the FDA does not currently have enforceable limits for heavy metals in infant formulas, health experts say the recent findings show, quote, "no reason to avoid any available formula." The study was already underway when ByHeart baby formula was recalled in November last year after being linked to an outbreak of infant botulism. 7:19, time for another check of our pinpoint forecast. Ted, starting the day off a little bit gray.
Yeah.
Is that kind of a sign of what's in store for our weekend?
Yeah, I think we're going to hold on to some of the cloud cover for a lot of your Friday, and then even into Saturday, that cloud cover turns into rain. We'll get some sunshine by Sunday, but right now mid-50s, heading out the door, east-northeast winds anywhere from 10 to 14 to 10 to 15 miles per hour. Keeping an eye on radar, some scattered showers pushing east of uptown, mostly dry with that rain over parts of Georgia. That's where we have more of those impacts. As a matter of fact, as I zoom out, we'll see more of what it looks like here you're looking at parts of Dallas into Houston, eastern Texas, Louisiana, that's where we have more of the significant rainfall pushing from San Antonio into Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and then this conveyor belt of moisture pushing right into Mississippi, parts of Georgia, but staying off to our south. So as I look at your next 24 to 48 hours, high pressure leaks off the North Carolina coast. We'll see mostly cloudy skies with some more sunshine through that I-40 corridor. Showers focusing to our south for the most part. That's going to give us a few peaks of sunshine here and there, but Saturday brings in more of the widespread rain morning into your late morning and early afternoon. I'm looking at more of the darker green, the yellow shading indicating more of the aggressive rainfall. That will push east and then taper off as we head into your Saturday evening, 6 o'clock. Rainfall forecast in terms of your totals. I'm looking at maybe 1/4 of an inch area south and east, closer to 1/2 an inch of rain when everything is said and done. Maybe 1/10 of an inch for our mountain counties and higher elevations, holding on to more of the lighter rain as our drought conditions continue, as we need the rainfall to help slowly get us out of these drought conditions. 7-day forecast gets us back into the 70s come Sunday. Sunshine dominates heading into Monday to kick off the week. Warming up with those 80s on tap Tuesday and Wednesday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
.24, here's a live look at the sun coming up over the beautiful skyline in the Big Apple in New York City this morning. I wish we had that sunrise, but it's okay because we live in the Carolinas. I'll take that any day. Looking at futures right now, the Dow is up 117 points, S&P in the green as well. NASDAQ down, so a little bit of a mixed bag this morning when we look at futures. Markets ended yesterday, though, on a high note. Look at this, all in the green. The Dow was up almost 800 points. NASDAQ up a couple hundred, S&P up about 73. So we're going to see how we wrap up a week of trading. We're going to join Jane King later on. She'll be live at the New York Stock Exchange at 8:25. Take a deep breath. It's finally Friday, and there are several events happening all across our region throughout the weekend. Tonight, the Museum of York County is holding Sci-Fi Night. The educational program is meant to bring science fiction to life. Visitors will get to learn the real-world scientific principles behind classics like Godzilla, Jurassic Park, and Star Wars. Sci-Fi Night kicks off at 6:30 tonight in Rock Hill. Also today, the South Carolina Strawberry Festival. Oh man, the Fort Mill attraction includes live music, carnival rides, local vendors, and of course, fresh strawberries. Don't tell Ted, he will eat all of them. Events begin tonight at 5 o'clock. They run through tomorrow. The festival is located at Walter Elisha Park on North White Street.
Continuing tonight and tomorrow, the Whitewater Center is hosting their River Jam sessions. The River Jam series picks back up tonight at 7 with music from Evan Blackerby and the Bandwagon. Tomorrow, it'll be the stylings of Big Daddy Love. Entrance is free. You just have to pay for parking. The River Jam series runs through the summer. The self-proclaimed largest traveling car show in the world is coming to our area this weekend. The Hot Wheels Legends Tour is back and welcoming everyone to free, family-friendly events for car fans all across the region. The tour is in search of the best custom car that they would then turn into a custom die cast. You can get a look at all those cars starting tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at the Monroe Walmart.
All right, speaking of cars, switching gears a little bit, we're taking you out west to Texas. Look at this. You're looking live at the Great American Speedway in Fort Worth. Texas is known for having no limits. That massive screen on the other side of the infield, that's called Big Hoss. That's its nickname. Apparently they built it to be bigger than ours at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So, all right, whatever. Listen, race fans, everyone's ready to watch the action coming up tonight and through the weekend. The Craftsman Truck Series kicks off today with the SpeedyCash.com 250. That's at 7 o'clock. The Andes Frozen Custard 340 O'Reilly Auto Parts race is tomorrow at 2:30. And then, of course, the main event, the Worth 400 on Sunday. And we know everything's bigger in Texas, so we're going to give you a supersized dose of Around the Track this week, complete with the return of America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds. Our Carolina Sports Live team already down in the Lone Star State for this track coverage. The green flag drops for the Worth 400 Sunday at 2:30. You're watching Queen City News, kind of a gloomy platinum sky day, but you know what? It's Friday. How about that? Be grateful for that. TGIF. We'll be back after this.
Multiple local school districts are closed today as thousands of teachers across the state are rallying this morning in Raleigh. What message they hope to get across to lawmakers.
The governor signs Medicaid funding in North Carolina into law, but not before pushing back against new requirements. What he's calling on state lawmakers to change.
And the Supreme Court makes a landmark ruling impacting the long-established Voting Rights Act. How that decision could lead to changes in the Carolinas. 7:30, happy Friday, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Julian Sador off and has been all week. He'll be with us on Monday, maybe, hopefully, we'll see. It is the first day of May. Here we go, rolling through spring. Didn't get a lot of showers in April. Let's bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. We're hoping we get some more. Maybe later today or some tomorrow, Ted?
Maybe some light showers today. I'm not too concerned about a washout for your Friday, but Saturday is going to be the day to focus on when it comes to your rain chances. Dry by Sunday. We also have a cool down that comes along with it as we hit those mid-70s yesterday. Today, we'll be lucky to cross that 70-degree mark heading into your afternoon. So taking a look right now from our Arlington camera, we have those cloudy skies overhead. We'll hold on to a few of those spotty showers here and there, but for the most part, more dry than wet heading out the door. As I looked for Saturday to be the main culprit for the wet weather that we desperately need with drought conditions very much locked in. Right now, mid-50s, east-northeast winds coming in at about 14 miles per hour, dew points in the mid-30s. I'm looking at a cooler and colder start to your day. We're anywhere from 5 to 7, even 9 degrees warmer than cooler rather than where we were this time yesterday. That's giving us those mid-50s around Charlotte, more in the way of the upper 30s, low 40s in our mountain counties for Boone and Jefferson. Looking at a nice cool, a bit of a chilly start to your day before 60s take hold late morning, early afternoon. Highs aim right towards 70 degrees peak heating hours. Now with the cloudy skies, can't rule out a pop-up scattered shower here or there. 20% chance of that rain with northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Highs touch 70 degrees before cooling down heading into your overnight hours, dropping down into what will be the 50s early in the morning. I'm talking low 50s, mid 50s for the start of your Saturday. Still won't warm up effectively. Saturday gets into the low 60s, 70s on tap. Sunday into your Monday. That's where we ramp back up close to normal, and then the 80s return Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Now, given the rain, should be bringing down the pollen just a little bit heading into the second half of the weekend. Oak, hickory, sycamore, getting a little bit of relief from that tree pollen, which is likely what's been flaring your allergies up throughout most of this week. Our mountain county forecast calls for low 60s and low 50s by the time we get into Saturday to start your weekend. The gradual warming trend gets us back into the upper 60s, low 70s Monday and Tuesday of next week. So we'll have that warm up after some cold overnights. I'm talking low 30s by Sunday morning. You'll want to protect any sensitive vegetation, bring in any potted plants. I'll break down your full weekend forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Well, volume typically lighter on a Friday. That is what we're seeing right now, and we are grateful for that. You are looking at a shot right in the center of your screen. That's I-85 traffic merging onto I-77. So the interchange just north of the Queen City. You can see the skyline off of the top left there, but that shot looking really good and traffic moving the way it should be moving on a Friday morning. As we look around the crown, not too bad. A couple of smaller issues, not causing major slowdowns. So we like Friday mornings when it comes to traffic. Up near the Lake Norman area, this is Cornelius. This is I-77 southbound traffic on the right. Zooming along. Listen, you don't have to pay extra for toll lanes today because those folks are moving and grooving on the right-hand side. The other side is 77 at the South Carolina state line. Near Carowinds, you can see the theme park off to the right. That traffic coming up from South Carolina, and that stretch is looking good, moving into North Carolina. Here's outside our station in West Charlotte, I-85 north and south traffic, all 8 lanes there. Also looking good. Here's those drive times, all stretches looking good. Gaston County, Iredell County coming up from South Carolina. Here's a shot at 77 and LaSalle. That stretch is looking good as well. Same can be said for inbound Independence. Albemarle, Monroe, you guys are all looking good. Just don't speed on this Friday. We'll give you another update at 8. Students at many North Carolina school districts will be having today off, or at least doing remote learning, because of a rally in Raleigh. Teachers, advocates, and parents plan to march to the state capitol to call for more public education funding. Raises for teachers are on hold because state lawmakers have not passed a budget. General Assembly members are facing criticism over prioritizing tax cut and private school vouchers.
We're tired. We are not getting the respect we deserve. We haven't gotten pay raises.
We're feeling it in the pocketbook. I mean, everything's going up cost-wise, gas, inflation is hitting all of us hard.
That march and rally are scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock this morning.
North Carolina's Medicaid system is getting more money after weeks of uncertainty. Governor Josh Stein signed the Medicaid bill into law Thursday. It pumps $319 million into the system to close a funding gap. Stein is also raising some concerns about what's in the bill, including work requirements, eligibility checks, and immigration verification.
The bill will eliminate health care coverage for nearly 27,000 children and pregnant women who were lawfully present in the United States. The group includes victims of human trafficking, green card holders, refugees, and other immigrants with legal status.
Republican lawmakers say they are open to revisiting provisions to match with a federal law taking effect October 1st. But both sides say they are facing another shortfall next year of $1 billion. Lawmakers in Raleigh are proposing a new law enforcement team to handle future child welfare cases in the wake of a Charlotte girl's death. Mecklenburg County Representative Carla Cunningham filed the Dominique Moody Safety Act yesterday. It's named after a 6-year-old girl who died in East Charlotte last December. Authorities believe she was abused leading up to her death. Her 3 caretakers were later arrested. Under the legislation, the proposed team would work with social service departments and handle cases that show repeated red flags.
7:37 is the time now. New wrongful death lawsuits have been filed following the 2025 plane crash that killed NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and 6 others. The estates of pilot Dennis Dutton and his son Jack Dutton are suing Biffle's estate, seeking $15 million in each in damages. The lawsuits claim that Biffle, as the owner of the aircraft, failed to properly maintain the plane, contributing to the deadly crash. 7 people died when the plane went down near Statesville back in December of 2025. The cause is still under federal investigation. A separate lawsuit had already been filed on behalf of Biffle's daughter as families continued to seek accountability months after the tragedy. In a landmark ruling, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a part of the Voting Rights Act that previously forced some states to include majority-minority districts in their congressional maps. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber explains the impact here in the Carolinas.
In a 6-3 decision, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled this week that congressional maps cannot be redrawn to strengthen the voting power of a single race, unless it can be proven the original district was drawn to discriminate against that group. Conservative justices first signaled their concerns with majority-minority districts during oral arguments back in October.
Race-based remedies are permissible for a period of time. What exactly do you think the endpoint should be?
How much of a change is that to representation in the country?
Yeah, I mean, in the Deep South, it's going to be a huge change. If you want to show racial discrimination, you have to show that that is true, and it's not about partisanship.
Western Carolina University professor Chris Cooper said the ruling could enable North and South Carolina to redraw some seats in the state legislature. There's also been a lot of talk about redrawing the district currently held by longtime South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn.
There's no strong feelings in the legislature to do that, because most of the legislators in South Carolina are fair-minded people.
But Cooper says despite previous failed attempts, Wednesday's ruling could reignite the effort.
The key is it was still drawn in order to make sure that people of color were able to choose a candidate of their choice. That's the legal language. I think there's really no doubt about that. And so, yes, during the next South Carolina redraw, whenever that is, I think we should be looking very closely at that district to see what happens.
Important to note, no districts in South or North Carolina can be changed ahead of the midterms in the fall. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Taking a live look over Washington, where President Trump is putting his signature on a measure to end the 76-day-old shutdown of the Homeland Security Department. It comes after House lawmakers passed a measure to fund most of DHS. Kristen Eskow explains what's next.
In only a matter of seconds, the House voted to end the longest partial government shutdown in U.S. history.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Last month, the Senate unanimously passed a bill to fund all of DHS except agencies that handle immigration enforcement. With money to pay DHS employees set to run out, pressure had mounted for House Speaker Mike Johnson to put that bill on the floor.
Why have the 150,000 furlough notices go out today? Why put our TSA agents in the middle of all this stuff?
We were not going to have lines at TSA. Everybody will get their paychecks now. We'll get moving forward.
Speaker Johnson argues House Republicans first needed to come up with a plan to fund immigration enforcement agencies, which were not covered in the Senate bill.
That was critically important for us to do to ensure that we're going to protect the homeland, even though Democrats are unwilling to do it.
Republicans are working to pass that funding through a separate process that doesn't require any votes from Democrats.
It's complicated, it's not ideal, but it's got to happen.
Democrats have refused to support more funding for ICE and Border Patrol without reforms to immigration enforcement.
There's a problem with ICE. There's a problem, first of all, because of the amount of money they have, but also their behavior.
President Trump says he wants the bill with funding for immigration enforcement agencies on his desk by June 1st. Kristen Escal, News Nation, Washington.
North Carolina environmental leaders will meet to decide if voluntary water restrictions need to become mandatory due to the ongoing drought. Right now, only some areas like Iredell County have mandatory restrictions. For the rest of our area, it is voluntary. These restrictions include prohibiting outdoor water use like washing your car. Statesville city leaders will begin enforcing mandatory water restrictions there starting today. All right, it is time to go racing in the Lone Star State. We're heading to Texas Motor Speedway, checking in with our Carolina Sports Live team about what we can expect from Fort Worth this weekend. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
Almost 7:45. Welcome back, everyone. Let's give you a live look. We're out in Texas right now at the Great American Speedway. There are no limits at Texas Motor Speedway. Race fans are getting a first-hand look at what that means starting today. The Craftsman Truck Series kicks off today with the SpeedyCash.com 250 at 7 o'clock. Then the Andes Frozen Custard 340 O'Reilly Auto Parts races tomorrow at 2:30. And then the main event, the Worth 400, Sunday afternoon.
We got a long lineup there. Joining us from Fort Worth this morning is Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg. Casey, good morning, bright and early. What can we expect going into our weekend?
Yeah, good morning, Jason and Annie. So one thing about Texas Motor Speedway, it's one of the fastest intermediate tracks we will see all season long. And the drivers, they have a love-hate relationship with this track. Yes, it's fast, but it's very hard to pass here, so pit strategy is really important. Also, turns 1 and 2 are very different from 3 and 4, so we've seen a lot of dramatic finishes here at Texas. And Joey Logano, he was the winner last year. He got his first ever career win here at Texas in the Cup Series, so he's looking to get the 22 team back in victory lane this weekend. But Carson Hocevar, who got his first ever win last weekend at Talladega, it was also one of the best finishes and celebrations the series has seen in a while. He thinks he can go back to back this weekend, and he said that he has had Texas circled on his calendar for a while now.
Yeah, just a really good group, and yeah, I'm excited for Texas. That was the one we had circled. We had a lot of these tracks circled coming up, and Talladega, you feel good about, but you don't quite have it circled as a group. But Wednesday, I just remember driving down, and something just kind of clicked in my head that it felt like it was going to be meant to be.
Now, weather could potentially be an issue today and impact the O'Reilly Series practice and qualifying. Truck Series, they should be fine tonight. It should be dry, and then everything should be dry and sunny for the rest of the weekend. So we'll have the O'Reilly Series race, as you all mentioned, on Saturday, and the Cup Series race on Sunday. And we will be here all weekend long covering all the action. But until then, from Fort Worth, I'm Casey Funderburg.
Casey, even the storms in Texas are bigger. So good luck. I hope it comes through fast and furious, and you guys have great racing this weekend. Casey, thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, 7:47. Let's bring in meteorologist Ted Payton. We don't want big showers. We don't want storms. Let me put it that way.
We want
do
big
need
showers.
some showers.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Absolutely. I was just doing my best mime right there. Not using any words.
That was good.
Don't quit your mime job.
No, yeah.
We kind of need you to talk about the rest of the forecast, though.
Yeah. The forecast is calling for rain heading into your Saturday. Not going to see as much for today as we hold on to some light showers south and east, but not necessarily going to be impacting you through the afternoon. I'm expecting mostly cloudy skies, maybe a few peaks of sunshine here and there. East-northeast winds, 14 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid-50s with dew points here holding on strong in the 30s. There's that light rain to our east, not necessarily impacting us for our morning commute. Just Rockingham dealing with some of the light lingering showers pulling out of Wadesboro. Outside of that, more of that moisture is focused towards our Gulf states from eastern Texas, Louisiana, into parts of Mississippi and Alabama. Low pressure system over the Midwest towards the Ohio Valley region. That's going to give us some rain for Illinois into Ohio. But outside of that, we're looking at a few peaks of sunshine, more dry than wet here for your Friday, as we'll even get the good sunshine up towards the I-40 corridor. Some stubborn showers to our south, a few stray pockets of rain making it further north before we usher in more of the widespread impacts heading into Saturday morning. Late morning, early afternoon really brings in the aggressive rainfall indicated by the yellow and the darker green shading, easing up as we head into Saturday evening. I'm thinking Saturday night will be dry. We'll have a 1/4 of an inch, maybe 1/2 an inch of rain south and east of uptown. Only 1/10 of an inch up towards our mountain counties. Drought conditions, we hold on to the extreme drought in that red. This is an exceptional drought in the darker red shading. That's level 4 and 5. Out of 5. So it's really as high as it goes. So we need as much rain as possible. Not expecting the rain this weekend to really wash out our drought. We need a lot more and a lot more consistent impacts for that to change. 50s kicks off your morning, low 40s, Boone and Jefferson. Highs will touch the 70s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. That's landing about 7 degrees below normal with overnight lows on the chilly side, upper 40s, low 50s. We'll have those 70s return heading into early next week. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Only on Queen City News Plus. Without any recent rainfall, our drought is getting worse. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson talked with state experts about how rare these conditions are in a new episode of Pinpoint Weather University.
About 9 or 10 months for that drought to end from 2007 to 2008. And it seemed like working together was the way they got through it then. Now, how do we get through it now?
Yeah, it really does take all of us. And, you look at these extreme drought conditions that we're in right now, by definition, those only occur about 5% of the time or less. So when we see people being asked to save water, being asked to follow burn bans and other local advice, this is a vast minority of the time that we're asking folks to do that. This is not becoming the norm. Again, this is just one of those rare events that happens in the Carolinas.
And you can watch that full episode of Pinpoint Weather University right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. Here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Thousands of students aren't in class today as teachers from all over the viewing area are marching on Capitol steps in Raleigh. We'll take a closer look at what educators are asking for as a protest is set to take place later on this morning. And North Carolina high schools might get a new sport, boys volleyball. If you think it's just a girls' sport, think again. Popularity is spiking as athletes are pushing for statewide sanctioning. We have a local coach joining us this morning with an important note as there is a vote set for next week. And Charlotte FC is heading up to New England tomorrow, trying to reclaim their winning ways from earlier on in the season. Radio play-by-play announcer and friend of the show, Willie P, stops by in our 9 o'clock hour. He has a preview of the match and the upcoming home games that you will not want to miss. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
More Americans are giving up on their dreams of buying a home. According to a poll from Gallup, only 19% of people believe they could be buying a home within the next 5 years. That is down from 25% last year. Only 6% believe they'll buy a home within the next year. This comes as recent surveys found young adults are struggling to break into the housing market. A major rental car company and a ride-hailing company are teaming up to create a robo-taxi service. Hertz and Uber are forming a partnership to break into the robo-taxi business. The service will utilize Lucid vehicles equipped with neuro self-driving technology. Hertz's new unit, Oro Mobility, will be managing the operations for Uber, including maintenance and logistics. The service is expected to launch in the San Francisco Bay Area later this year, and it could move to other expansion opportunities in 2027. Hertz will supply and operate vehicles driven by its own employees on Uber's platform. It is almost 8 o'clock. We have been watching the weather, watching the clouds, watching it fill up with gray skies. But you know what? It's Friday. It's going to be a great kickoff to this weekend. Make some more coffee, a hot tea. Stick around. Our 8 o'clock hour of Queen City News starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Happy Friday morning, everyone. Almost 8 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador off today, and he has been all week.
Yeah. I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. And what hasn't been off all week is the rain. It's kind of come, gone, and now we're going to see another round of that heading into this weekend. Still haven't gotten enough of it, though.
Will we get enough with this round?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Unfortunately. I mean, for anyone who is looking to maybe have a little bit of a break of watering their own lawn, Saturday morning will provide that quick relief, but we're only going to get maybe 1/4 of an inch. That's not enough to alleviate the deficit of rain that we've had as cloudy skies starts your Friday. Looking around the Carolinas, a little bit of that traffic moving at a speed limit pace here over Independence Boulevard. Good morning to you folks out in Monroe. And again, more dry than wet to start your morning, holding on to those 50s as you head out the door, mid 50s with east-northeast winds coming in 10 to 15 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid 30s. I'm looking at a temperature change of anywhere from 4 to 5, even 7 degrees on the cooler side. That's landing us in the mid 50s and even low 50s through the I-40 corridor. 40s on tap, Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at your day planner hosting those low 60s come lunchtime. We'll ramp up to near 70 degrees come peak heating hours of the day. Mostly cloudy skies dominate with, again, a few peaks of sunshine. Can't rule out a few scattered showers with your wind staying light out of the northeast and a 20% chance of those pop-up showers throughout the day and into this evening. Lows settle in what will be the low 50s heading into your early morning hours, rebounding into the low 60s to start your weekend. Finishing off the weekend in the 70s. We'll warm back up to near normal for this time of year, which typically lands in the upper 70s. That's going to be Monday. 80s come back Tuesday. And again, rain chances slowly creep back in for the mid portions of next week. Talking tree pollen here, hickory, sycamore, oak, that's going to be high heading into the weekend. Hopefully the rain washes out some of that pollen heading into early next week. We'll break down our overall setup here and have another check of what our weekend looks like coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's step outside, look at our pinpoint traffic, kicking off this 8 o'clock hour. Volume is lighter than normal on a Friday. We are grateful for that. We're looking right here just north of Uptown. This is where I-85 merges onto I-77, right in the center of your screen. Looking good in all directions this morning, so we will take that. Let's go a little closer into the heart of Uptown. That's the John Belk Freeway, I-277 coming straight at us, going over 77 traffic. A little bit slow there, but you can see the skyline, a little bit of a Bank of America Stadium in the top left corner. Overall, things are looking good. Gaston County coming up from South Carolina, all directions. A couple of little incidents, but nothing causing any delays at this time. This is up near Lake Norman, coming down I-77 from Cornelius. The other side, bookending I-77. This is down at the South Carolina state line near Carowinds. You can see the roller coasters there. The traffic coming at us is 485 splitting off there at I-77. And coming in from the east side of town, that stretch is also looking good. Just don't be distracted on this Friday morning. Put the phone down till you get to wherever you're going. We'll give you another updated traffic coming up at 8:30.
Thousands of North Carolina teachers are on their way to Raleigh this morning to demand lawmakers invest more in public education.
Expected raises for teachers are now on hold until the General Assembly can pass a state budget, which is now 10 months overdue. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live in Charlotte with why some educators say they're now at their breaking point. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jason and Annie. As we know, this is the time that a lot of school district budgets will come due, and yet the district administrators across the state say they can't pin down exactly how much they can pay their teachers or invest in programs until they know the dollars and cents coming from the state. That's why thousands of teachers bypassing their superintendents and their school board members and taking their concerns directly to Raleigh today. They say that the lawmakers had a July 1 deadline to pass a budget. North Carolina legislators were the only assembly in the country to fail to agree on a state spending plan in the country. And until they do so, planned teacher raises will not go into effect. Now, while this week they did pass a bill to fund Medicaid services, proposed tax cuts do still sit at the heart of the disagreement between lawmakers. Governor Josh Stein tells the assembly that standing still will cause the state to fall behind, while top Republicans say the state is not approaching a financial cliff.
And if we don't, we will face an imminent shortfall in our budget of $5 billion, risking massive cuts to critical services, the likes of which we have not experienced in North Carolina since the Great Recession.
I don't think those projections are accurate. It's my belief that we will have more money than is projected, and that if we control the growth in state spending, the state budget will be in just fine shape.
The North Carolina Association of Educators says that the state has generally been lacking in public education funding for decades. However, they point to new data which shows that in teacher pay, North Carolina ranks 46th, and in overall education spending, it comes in 50th. We'll hear a little bit more from the organizers about today's Kids Over Corporations rally coming up in our 9 o'clock hour. Reporting live just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. 8:05 right now. The Iran war reaches a crucial deadline today, marking 60 days since the first U.S. strikes.
Some lawmakers say without congressional approval, the U.S. should not continue the mission.
News Nation's Washington correspondent Margaret Chadbourne joins us this morning with more on this ongoing debate. Margaret, good morning. What is the Trump administration saying about the war's timeline today?
Good morning, Jason and Annie. The White House is pushing back, saying congressional approval for the war in Iran isn't needed right now. They claim the current ceasefire reset the clock.
However, we are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means the 60-day clock pauses.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, responding to Democrats, asked whether the administration is sidestepping the Vietnam-era war powers resolution, requiring congressional approval to continue military action after 60 days.
Pete Hegseth can't just hit the pause button on that countdown.
The White House has gone even further, with a senior administration official telling News Nation the hostilities have ended, pointing out there's been no exchange of fire since April 7th, meaning the 60-day timeline is no longer in play. Democrats are sharply rejecting that interpretation.
I do not believe the statute would support that.
While most Republicans back the president, a handful of GOP senators are starting to say Congress should still have a say.
Do not accept that we should engage in open-ended military action without clear direction or accountability.
A shaky ceasefire remains in place as talks to end the conflict between the U.S. and Iran have stalled.
I'm negotiating a deal with Iran.
Meanwhile, the cost of the war to Americans is causing concern in Congress as gas prices remain high.
The people are suffering in my district. Do you know what it costs to fill up a tractor now?
Congress is now on recess, so the debate on authorization for this war likely won't begin in earnest until later this month. Annie, Jason?
Margaret, Democrats have been trying to force votes to end the war in Congress. What's the latest there?
Yesterday, the Senate rejected a measure from Democrats that would limit the president's war power authority. That measure would have instructed the president to remove troops from Iran. Now, the key difference on this vote, the Democrats did pick up one Republican vote. That is Senator Susan Collins of Maine. Jason, Annie?
All right, Margaret Chaborn live in Washington. Margaret, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
North Carolina's Medicaid system is getting more money after weeks of uncertainty. Governor Josh Stein signed the Medicaid bill into law Thursday. It pumps $319 million into the system to close a funding gap. Stein is also raising concerns about what's in the bill, including work requirements, eligibility checks, and immigration verification.
The bill will eliminate health care coverage for nearly 27,000 children and pregnant women who were lawfully present in the United States. The group includes victims of human trafficking, green card holders, refugees, and other immigrants with legal status.
Republican lawmakers say they're open to revisiting provisions to match with a federal law taking effect October 1st. But both sides say they are facing another shortfall next year of $1 billion. Lawmakers in Raleigh are proposing a new law enforcement team to handle future child welfare cases in the wake of a Charlotte girl's death. Mecklenburg County Representative Carla Cunningham filed the Dominique Moody Safety Act yesterday. It's named after a 6-year-old girl who died in East Charlotte last December. Authorities believe she was abused leading up to her death. Her 3 caretakers were later arrested. Under the legislation, the proposed team would work with social service departments and handle cases that show repeated red flags.
New wrongful death lawsuits have been filed following the 2025 plane crash that killed NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and 6 others. The estates of pilot Dennis Dutton and his son Jack Dutton are suing Biffle's estate, seeking $15 million each in damages. The lawsuits claim that Biffle, as the owner of the aircraft, failed to properly maintain the plane, contributing to the deadly crash. 7 people died when the plane went down near Statesville in December of 2025. The cause is still under federal investigation. A separate lawsuit had already been filed on behalf of Biffle's daughter as families continue to seek accountability months after the tragedy. Still to come, people who had EpiPens in North Carolina could be entitled to some cash. We're speaking with Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes about the new settlement coming to the Tar Heel State. Ted?
And while we have just a low-end rain chance for your Friday, Saturday will bring more of those widespread showers, very much needed as these drought conditions continue. Then dry to finish off the weekend before we warm those temperatures up, bring in another round of wet weather heading into early next week. We'll walk you through that whole forecast coming up after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson and State Treasurer Brad Briner say they have come to terms of a settlement with an EpiPen manufacturer that will bring the state millions of dollars. Jackson says that the company that sold EpiPens, Mylan, acted like a monopoly and overcharged people for their products. Now, people who have been forced to purchase those EpiPens from the company could be getting some money back.
So we are bringing in our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. A lot of people use EpiPens, have allergies. This is a very important topic. So Khalif, let's dive right in. As we're looking at this story, state leaders, they're saying that there were some anti-competitive tactics. They were able to take the price from $100 up to $600.
Yep.
So legally, when you look at this, what kind of counts as price fixing, market manipulation? Like what all do you look at here?
There is a whole lot going on. And so you say folks are watching this. I am one of those folks. I got two that have EpiPens. And so we are watching this when the settlement, the larger settlement nationwide happened with Pfizer, the other settlement that happened with Mylan on the national level. We were watching that when this was about 2021, 2022. And so yes, this was something that, as a North Carolina resident, we were still watching, my wife and I, to ensure what's going on. We recognized that the price had been jumping from probably 2008 all the way up, and that's what Jeff Jackson and his team has said. It's all the way back to 2006. They started raising prices incrementally from $100 to, as you mentioned, $600. But that was only one part of it. They were also forcing folks to not just get one pack, but get this double pack, and they were making it as if you were required to. And I remember getting two, and I'm like, well, why do we have two instead of one? I can see now, and then they laid out the foundation for how this scheme was working. So you talk about what's, price, appropriate pricing as opposed to price fixing. If you are controlling the monopoly, if you are the sole manufacturer, if you are the entire, largest company in the country or the state, but the country in this matter, then you can set the price at wherever you want. But if you're connecting with other agencies that are requiring people to purchase this at the price that you set, now you're walking into that anti-competitive market or monopoly, I should say. And so there's never an issue with being a monopoly. I want to be clear. It's when that monopoly becomes anti-competitive, when you don't allow smaller companies to get into that market, and when you can control the market to the point where no one else can compete.
And what are the practices that wouldn't let another company compete?
Well, these paid pharmacy benefit managers, that's something that they talk about a lot within this negotiation settlement, is that they were saying that they were recommending EpiPens over cheaper alternatives. So if you have a connection with the company that's making the recommendation, then the smaller guy can't even get in because they're never even hearing their name to the consumer. If you just think, hey, this is the only one that's out there, and you don't even know that this other one exists. And so on top of not knowing that this other one exists, hey, buy this company. As a matter of fact, buy two of them. Now they are controlling and manipulating it. So there would have been a number of claims that this would have went to court. Unfair and deceptive trade practices would have probably been the first one. Antitrust violations, monopoly, restraint of trade would have been the second. And then that rebate kickback theory based on those PBMs that I mentioned just now. So any one of those theories would have had these companies paying more than the $200 million on the national level, on the 11 to 22 million on the state level that they paid.
When a company like this settles, but they don't fully admit wrongdoing, what does that do to future accountability to a company like this?
Well, it's future accountability is a couple things. You settle a case like this because the first claim that I mentioned, that unfair and deceptive trade damages in our state and in most states, that allows you as a plaintiff, if you can recover and win, to get treble damages. So yes, I can prove that you wronged me in $100+ million, but because the statute says treble, now it's turned into $300 million. So companies, if they see an unfair and deceptive trade practice claim, the radar is already up to say, okay, we want to figure out if we're in the wrong, and then we want to settle this as quick as possible, because you don't want treble damages at the court level. You want to be able to try to settle that. But going forward, they talked about where these dollars will go. Approximately $4.2 million will go to the state health plan to offset expenses for state workers families who purchase these EpiPens. The settlement follows, these price hikes across the country. And so this kind of goes along the same line as the settlement distributor with the national level. So they're working hand in hand to make sure that all of the dollars that were wrongfully utilized from our state workers, specifically these state pension plans or health plans that shouldn't have been paying those amounts, are now going to be given back to those employees.
And if you're not on one of those state plans, if you're just someone who has their own, private insurance through their employer, will you still be able to get some money back? Does this apply to everyone who maybe paid $600 for an EpiPen?
Yeah, I mean, there is a page, and with any type of class action suit on the national level, there is a page where you can go to the website, and if you have proof of purchase, you can go through all of those steps as well. The biggest portion in big letters on the site when I looked at it was that they're not admitting any wrongdoing, and they wanted to be clear too, because you don't want to start mass hysteria with these things. They're not saying that anything is wrong with the product, and that was something that they had in extremely bold letters. There was nothing wrong with the product. It was something wrong with the process. The product works. How it got in your hands and how it was manipulated for you to make sure that they were the only option was the problem.
Gotcha. All right, Chief Legal Analyst Kali Rhodes, thank you so much.
It's 8:18 on this Friday morning, Ted, as folks are making plans today, really for the weekend. What do we need to know as far as weather outside?
Yeah, we need to watch out for rain to start the weekend on Saturday, sunshine to finish the weekend on Sunday. For your Friday, we start off with those mid-50s east-northeast winds coming in 10 to 15 miles per hour. A little breezy, but dew points are nice and low. We hold on to just some of those scattered showers here over east of Charlotte towards Rockingham. If I put the clock into motion, you notice the last hour doesn't show too much activity over uptown or surrounding areas. Even Rockingham starting to get a little bit of relief from that light rain, which is also now north of Wadesboro, south of Albemarle, and looking at clear conditions back towards the Queen City. So more dry than wet with high pressure to our north, low pressure system over southern Texas. That's going to be giving us the conveyor belt of moisture pushing east from eastern Texas, Louisiana into our Gulf states. Staying off to our south for the most part, just looking at Georgia into upstate South Carolina, seeing some of that wet weather for the end of the week. Can't rule out a pop-up shower or two, so only a 20% chance of a scattered shower for areas south and east of uptown. Looking at your Queen City, even getting some peaks of sunshine before we really ramp up our rain chances heading into your Saturday. So Saturday morning, we have the moderate to heavy rain move through, tapers off through the evening, giving us some good clear skies late in the day Saturday. Heading into your Sunday, we'll usher in that sunshine and warmer temperatures after we get what could be maybe a quarter of an inch, half an inch far south and east of Charlotte, only a tenth of an inch up through our mountain counties. So I'm looking at extreme drought, exceptional drought. That's level 4 and 5 out of 5, with the red indicating where the extreme drought is just east of uptown. That's where we have more of the exceptional drought, again impacting Union County, parts of Stanley County and Cabarrus County here this morning. Temperatures sitting in the mid-50s to start your day, low 40s Boone and Jefferson. Highs will peak in the low 60s for our mountain counties. Low 70s expected for the peak heating hours of the day. That lands us well below normal for this time of year. Overnight lows chilly, dropping down into the low 50s and mid to upper 40s before we rebound into the 60s for your Saturday. 70s turn to 80s as we head into early next week. Jason?
Ted, thank you very much. 8:21 as we go to break. Look at that. I feel like New York City is stealing and borrowing our Carolina blue skies. It is beautiful this morning. The Dow is up 124 points, S&P in the green, NASDAQ dipping just a little bit. We'll join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. Hershey's says weight loss drugs are leading to higher gum and mint sales, and the Senate bans trading on prediction markets among themselves. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, we made it to Friday.
We did. Happy Friday to you too, Jason. It looks like we're going to start strong, especially in the Dow. Dow's up 200, almost 300 points here this morning. And we rang the bell yesterday, the closing bell, with new highs for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. Dow's about 800 points yesterday, so it's been a really big week so far. Well, the U.S. Senate unanimously passed a rule barring senators and their staffs from trading on the prediction markets, effective immediately. This move came amid concern about insider trading on the prediction market platforms like Kalshi and Polymarket, and about event contracts specifically that involve wars and elections. And so-called Ozempic breath is boosting sales of gum and mint. Some people on GLP-1 treatments have found there's an undesirable side effect, bad breath. And Hershey says that appetite suppressants are, yes, leading customers to buy smaller portions of snacks, but it is boosting demand for breath fresheners. Jason?
You know what? I should not have gone down the rabbit hole of Googling why GLPs cause bad breath, but it has something to do with stomach fermenting, Jane. I'm just going to leave it right there.
Oh.
I'm just going to...
Okay, too much information.
That's all we need to talk about.
You know what's interesting? It's like, this was like a big enough deal that Hershey's mentioned it in their earnings report. So...
It is huge. It is touching,
yeah.
so many different markets that you would never, like Hershey's, you would never think they'd be involved in a conversation like this.
Right.
So, all right, Jane, thank you very much. Markets open at 9:30. We'll join you after the opening bell. Appreciate that.
We'll see you then.
Taylor, good morning. What's coming up?
Good morning, and very interesting, Jason. Well, what if paying rent on time could actually help you buy a home? I'm Queen City News Chief Business Correspondent Taylor Young. Coming up, how a major change to the credit system could make that possible. You are watching Queen City News. Time is 8:26. 55 degrees out there. The most local and honored news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, we are coming up on 8:30. Happy Friday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Ted, you all right over there? Nope. Okay, just checking.
Barely
just
surviving.
Checking. Julian Sador off again today, been off all week. He'll join us again on Monday morning. If you are making plans to listen, every day at the end of the day, my wife always texts me around 5 o'clock. And if it's a nice day, it's like patio weather. That means
Be outside.
it's my job to find a place where we can hop on the patio for lunch.
I like that.
Or dinner, an adult beverage, or whatever. So, what are we looking at as far as patio this weekend?
Sunday.
Sunday's the
patio
day.
day.
Sunday would
Save
be
it for
patio
Sunday.
day.
Okay.
Saturday, keep it at the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to have the rain that's coming. It should be tapering off by the late afternoon into the evening, but everything's still going to be wet. So
yeah.
let it dry out a little
Covered
bit.
patio day.
Yeah, covered patio
There we go.
day. I like it. I like your weekend's planned. Back to you.
Done.
All right, bye, Ted.
We're here to help you guys.
I got a little bit more for you guys here. Mostly cloudy skies. Tower camera here out of West Charlotte showing the Queen City in the distance. We have those 50s locked in, so make sure you have the light jackets. Dress appropriately. It is a little cool this morning as you head out the door, so just keep that in mind as mostly cloudy skies and that light breeze out of the east-northeast comes in at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid-30s. We're cooler than where we were this time yesterday, 2 to 4 to even 7 degrees cooler, which is giving us those 50s for Charlotte, low 50s I-40 corridor. We're in the low to mid 40s up through our mountain counties. So again, dress appropriately. It's even cold for the higher elevations before we get mild later on today. Day planner shows 60s on tap by lunchtime. Cloudy skies, it's going to stick around all day long. Might get a few peaks of sunshine here and there. Don't get too excited because I do think the clouds win out the battle here this afternoon and evening. Looking at low 70s as your afternoon highs. Can't rule out the scattered showers with a 20% chance of rain. Northeast wind 5 to 10 miles per hour for the peak heating hours of the day. Tonight drops down into the low 50s. We will be heading into your Saturday morning on the chilly and cold side yet again. This time bringing more of the rain potential with, again, our highs in the low 60s, well below our average high of 77 degrees we typically see this time of year, ramping back up, back into the upper 70s, low 80s, heading into Monday and Tuesday of next week. Pollen count stays a little egregious, if you ask me. That's going to stay high. Oak, hickory, sycamore. Coming down a little bit after the Saturday rain chances. We'll break down more of those impacts here with another check for you in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you, Ted. Appreciate that. As we said earlier, now's a good time to make sure those windshield wipers are good, not cracked or streaking before that rain comes in tonight and tomorrow. That way you're not caught off guard. Traffic moving great. This is a great shot from NCDOT looking right in the heart of Uptown. That's I-85 traffic merging onto I-77. Looking really good in both directions there this morning. A little closer to Uptown, here's the John Belk Freeway coming straight at us. Going over I-77, looking good there as well around the Crown. 7 or 8 different incidents. Not all of these are necessarily traffic related or causing congestion. Volume is light on this Friday, so we will take it. Here's I-77 up near Lake Norman. Southbound traffic's on the right. The slow traffic is actually going northbound near Cornelius, so that's interesting for a change. Down near Carowinds, you can see the roller coasters off to the right. The traffic coming at us is coming up from Fort Mill area, splitting off to 485 and going straight up 77. But drive times are looking good in all directions. We like that on a Friday at 8:30. East side of the city looking good as well. Coming down from Concord and Kannapolis on 85. Here's what we're looking at there on the right-hand side. All 8 lanes looking good. So just keep your speed under control. Again, April was the end of our Distracted Driving Awareness Month, but we continue that the other 11 months of the year. Put the phone away. We'll wrap up your traffic, give you drive times to the airport coming up at 9.
Today, teachers from all across North Carolina are arriving in the state capitol to demand education-related changes from lawmakers. The event is fueled by growing frustration from educators and communities alike over what they call an ongoing underfunding of public schools, which they say has persisted for more than a decade. In our area, Charlotte-Mecklenburg, Kannapolis City, Gaston, and Cabarrus County schools are among the groups with a big portion of their workforce joining the rally. One North Carolina high school counselor says it's about getting lawmakers' attention to support schools.
Right now, North Carolina is 50th out of 50 in funding effort, meaning that the state has the ability and the ability to support and invest in our public schools. However, they are choosing instead to give corporations and the wealthy tax breaks, which means they're not choosing to invest in North Carolina's future, our students.
That march and rally are set to get underway at 10 o'clock this morning.
Investigators say they have put a stop to a Union County operation to sell medications and other items stolen from big box stores. They believe that it's part of a wide-ranging network behind thefts all across the country. A former CMPD detective tells Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks he started a security business to prevent crime rings just like this.
55-year-old Deanna Morzinski and 42-year-old Luis Ospina are in the Union County Jail facing charges tied to an alleged organized retail theft ring. Investigators say they convinced people across the U.S. to steal items from major retailers, then ship them for sale in the pair's fake nonprofit organization, Key Step LLC.
The nonprofit, best that we can understand, is it was supposed to be helping orphan children who were transitioning into adulthood. And they had all types of people, good people, donating to this cause because they think that they're doing a great thing out in the community. However, it was just a front.
The front was operating the fake organization while running KRZ Logistics, what deputies say was the actual business used to facilitate the resale of the goods.
And they were just saying that they were getting such good prices because they went to liquidation sales. Well, they got good prices because there was thieves around these 16 states stealing things, sending them, and they were profiting from it.
Authorities say they recovered $250,000 in stolen merchandise.
From places such as Walgreens, CVS's, Publix.
A lot of the people that were involved in this were not just your run-of-the-mill, people coming in stealing candy bars and food items.
The National Retail Federation says shoplifting and merchandise theft increased by more than 50% in 2025, costing stores more than $112 billion in losses.
What we call shrink, the shrink numbers are still increasing and not decreasing, and the violent offenses are increasing as well.
Anthony Finocchio was the lead detective of the Organized Retail Theft Task Force for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police. Now he runs Shield Solutions, a staffing company for uniformed off-duty officers working at retailers.
The whole premise of the businesses is really simple. If you think like a criminal and you see a uniformed off-duty police officer with a marked car, you're not going to go into that store.
For now, reporting in Union County, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Council member J.D. Mazuera Arias is hearing from his constituents about the needs in District 5. Last night, he hosted his first town hall meeting since taking office last December. He says that residents want more investments to improve the residential nature of the East Charlotte District.
Our constituents have told us since day one that they want more amenities in East Charlotte, right? And that's what I keep fighting for. How do we incentivize developers to build mixed-use developments that will bring back retail, restaurants, and third spaces to District 5 where people can actually hang out? Right now, we are a district that's only sustainable to live. We need to make sure that we're not only sustainable to live, but we're also sustainable to work, live, and play in District 5.
Arias also says the city will see more data center development, but they should not be located in residential areas. For decades, one number has been the gatekeeper for buying a home, your credit score. But now, for the first time in more than 30 years, that system is getting a major update.
And it could finally give renters a leg up by counting something millions of people already pay every month.
Oh, I am sitting up paying attention. We are joined by our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. So Taylor, what's actually changing here and who will this help?
Yeah, so this is a pretty big shift, especially for renters. So if you're a renter, you should listen up right now, because right now most lenders are really looking at your credit score when it comes to deciding what you qualify for and how much money you can borrow. And that really boils down to how well you pay off your credit card or other loans like personal loans. But here's what's changing. So major mortgage giants are starting to allow a newer credit credit model. It's called the Vantage Score 4.0, and it factors in things like rent and utility payments. So, you know, if you're a renter, I mean, this could be a pretty big deal, because if you're someone who pays off your rent and your utility bills on time every month, but you don't have a traditional credit, I mean, this could really work in your favor. It's a way to say, hey, this is proof that I can, in fact, make a payment on time.
Taylor, this is huge. I mean, this is a system that hasn't changed in multiple
Yeah.
decades. Why is it happening now?
Yeah, since 1969, which is
Wow.
crazy to think about.
Yeah.
But this really has been in the works for a while. This stems and kind of goes back to a law that was passed in 2018. And the goal here was really to open up competition in the credit scoring kind of market, right? So that one company really doesn't control the entire scoring system. And really since then, since 2018, regulators have really been trying to figure out how to implement this, and now it's finally being rolled out, at least 8 years in the making for this.
Okay, so it all sounds like some great news for renters if you pay things on time, but are there any concerns with the update?
So financial experts have risen some yellow flags here. So of course this would open up maybe like expanding access to more people, but it could also mean expanding access to people who can't necessarily afford to make that jump into a mortgage, right? Especially given the fact that the average monthly mortgage payment is more than renting in the US right now. So the real concern is that this could potentially make some people struggle if they can't afford it, but it's just something you're going to have to factor in if you do decide to take on a mortgage.
All right, so if you are a renter and you have been paying those bills
Yeah.
on time, is this the time you think to take that leap and maybe buy?
Potentially, but not necessarily, right? Because that's really going to come down to whether you can afford it, right? But it can get more people in the door. I will say this doesn't fix the major issues in the housing market right now, and that's housing prices, as we know, we talk about them all the time, and mortgage rates. But what this can do is allow more people to have proof in order to qualify. I think bottom line is that this is addressing a system that really hasn't been updated or kept up with how people really kind of manage their money these days. Yeah.
But at least that's been changing. Change is always good if it's been a certain way for 30 years.
Yeah,
so
especially
it's good.
30 years, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
All right.
we'll continue to follow this, though.
Interesting stuff. We'll see its impacts as we continue on down the road. Taylor, thank you. All right, May-Kay?
All right, have you booked your summer vacation yet? Well, if you're considering a sea cruise, whether you are a first-time cruiser or a seasoned sailor, there are things you need to know about. Yeah, before you set sail, I'm May-Kay Bueller coming up the 10 most common cruise errors to avoid. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
right, have you booked your summer vacation yet? If the thought of a cruise ship voyage has you longing for some sun-soaked ports of call, well, you're not alone.
I'm grabbing my sunscreen right now.
Ooh.
Travelers are hitting the high seas in record numbers. And whether you're a first-time sailor or a seasoned traveler, there are 10 common mistakes you should know about before you set sail. Chief Transportation Correspondent and Cruise Ship Director, May-Kay Miller, is here with us. Some of the most common errors, whether you're a first-timer or you've been doing this a long time, what do we need to know?
I want to go. I want to go. All right, members at Cruise Critic, and that's a TripAdvisor company, they were asked to chime in about the worst mistakes they'd ever made on a cruise ship. From nearly missing the boat, and actually the more appropriate term here is the ship, because the boat is what you get into when the ship sinks. Just saying. All right, so from that to turning down an offer to eat at the captain's table, you can learn a lot from others who have goofed up and made mistakes. So here are the top 10 blunders. Flying in the day of embarkation. Right?
Yeah.
Now, I've been at Charlotte Douglas and I've interviewed people who are, they had to catch a flight for a cruise, and if you don't make it that day, you miss the cruise ship.
Why would you, I mean, unless you're forced, why would you cut it that close?
People they don't want to pay for the hotel the night before.
I get it.
Okay.
I get it. But,
all right.
Yeah.
Another one, not having the correct or updated documents. Make sure if you have a passport, and that's the best ID you can have, make sure it's valid for the next 6 months. A lot of people don't know that. It can't be expiring within 6 months.
Oh,
okay?
that is something
So
I was
you
not
didn't know
aware
that.
of. Okay.
And there might be other documents you need to have.
Yeah.
So make sure you do your homework. All right, not doing advanced research on your chosen cruise line or ship. Let me explain. We just showed you a video of that fancy ship. It's got all the slides. It's got a go-kart track. It's got a mountain or a climbing wall. You know, if you're 70 years old, you may not want that.
Yeah, maybe you don't want all those pesky little kids running
all
around.
the kids, the noise, the
Yeah.
line. So maybe look at an older cruise ship that's smaller. Please do your homework with that. You don't want to be disappointed. Another thing, make sure you book your cruise during the right season for you. A couple years ago, I went to the Caribbean in June. Oh my gosh.
It gets hot and humid.
You sweat to death. It was
Yeah.
miserable.
Unless you're taking an Alaskan cruise. I mean, again, it just depends. Yeah.
That's what you should do in June.
Yeah.
So research that. Another thing, don't forget certain equipment like sunscreen, Jason.
Yeah, I got mine.
Take a jacket in case it gets chilly. Even in the summer, you can have rainstorms. Bug spray, raincoats, umbrellas. I know that seems like, okay, well, that makes sense. If you've been on a cruise before, you know the night before you leave, you're going to disembark the next morning, the end of the cruise, you got to put your suitcase out in the hall.
Oh.
Okay, because they're going to take it away the night before. Make sure you have a carry-on bag in your cabin with you. This is a mistake. You don't want to board, you don't want to disembark the next morning in jammies.
We do that everywhere we go. We keep like an emergency bag just in case they lose it.
Yes.
In case something happens, you got everything you need in one little bag.
And you can brush your teeth. Thank you in the morning.
Yes,
Thank
everyone
you.
will thank you for that.
This is a big one, and I want to get to this one. Not researching your visiting ports.
Okay.
If you're going to get off the ship and take an excursion, use the ship's recommended. Don't get off and get on with, hey, lady, come in my car. I'm going to take you around the island.
Wow.
You don't want to do that because you don't know if you can trust them or not.
Verify those.
Verify who, and you may not get back to the ship in time, and that ship's going to leave without you.
Okay.
Oh, man. May-Kay, thank you for that advice and for that accent. That was fantastic. Whatever island you just got off on.
That was.
Okay. Listen, Caribbean weather, we are not going to be experiencing in the Carolinas this weekend, Ted. What are we going to be? What's it going to be feeling like?
Yeah, it's going to be feeling more like the spring in the Carolinas as we have those 60s and, of course, the rain that moves in for Saturday, mid-50s on tap right now as you head out the door. East-northeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid-30s. We are holding on to a few of those scattered showers over radar as of right now. Southeast Georgia towards Augusta, seeing some more of the consistent rain stretching into the mid-country of South Carolina. Outside of that, we are dry for the start of this Friday, holding off on the rain chances until Saturday for the most part. You can't rule out a stray shower for the end of the work week, but mainly looking at the conveyor belt of moisture going from eastern Texas, Louisiana, heading into parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and eventually Georgia. staying to our south for the most part before that low pressure system sets itself off of the southeast coast, kicking all that moisture right into the Carolinas. So as we head into your Friday afternoon, could get some peaks of sunshine here and there. More of the rain moves in late Friday into Saturday, becoming heavy at times. Notice right along that I-85 corridor and south, and then by Saturday afternoon, late morning, early afternoon, we see some of the isolated downpours before we start to clear up heading into Saturday afternoon and evening. As we look at your rain totals, anywhere from 1/4 of an inch to maybe even 1/2 an inch farther south and east of the Queen City. Only 1/10 of an inch at best for our mountain counties, maybe getting a stray drop or two. But looking at our drought conditions, we need more rainfall, more consistent rainfall, as our extreme drought is a level 4 out of 5. That exceptional drought here just east of Uptown, giving us more of the exceptional drought, which is level 5 out of 5. So continuing to need the rain and continuing to have those dry conditions locked in across the Carolinas. Mid-50s around Charlotte, low 40s, Boone and Jefferson. We'll see afternoon highs ramp up into what will be the low 70s, peak heating hours of the day. Next 7 days sees the dip in temperatures, highs limited to the 60s Saturday, back into the 70s and 80s mid portions of next week. Jason.
Thank you very much, Teddy. Appreciate that. We want to give you a live look in Texas at the Great American Speedway. Here is, this is in Fort Worth, the Texas Speedway. It's known there for having no limits, and race fans are super excited to watch the action get underway today. The Craftsman Truck Series kicks off later today with the SpeedyCash.com 250 at 7 tonight. The Andes Frozen Custard 340 O'Reilly Auto Parts races tomorrow at 2:30. And then the main event, the Worth 400, Sunday afternoon. And we know everything is bigger in Texas. That is why we're giving you a supersized version of Around the Track this week. Complete with the return of America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds. Our Carolina Sports Live team already there at the track in the Lone Star State. For the coverage, the green flag drops for the Worth 400 Sunday afternoon at 2:30. You're watching Queen City News on this Friday. There's our crew working hard. At least half of the crew is in there working hard. I won't say who's doing what. Yep, we'll be back after this. Welcome back, everyone. A near miss in Florida is causing police officials to remind everyone to stay on the lookout for school buses. Take a look at this. A child who was walking to their school bus in Florida was almost hit by a car. I'm watching it happen there. Oh, man. So it's blurred out, but it's happening right there. The car was illegally passing a stopped school bus, by the way. That's the kid on the left-hand side there walking across. It gets blurred right there across the line. Jumping out of the way of the car as it sped by. Deputies in Hillsborough County, Florida, saying in a post that the driver's choice, quote, nearly cost a child their life. Remember, if you see a stopped school bus, you need to also stop.
All right, a stellar sea lion who recently went viral due to his mammoth size was caught relaxing at a California beach this week. The sea lion named Chonkers was seen hanging out in San Francisco with some of his friends. The 2,000-pound animal was given his name by a Reddit user after he was seen towering over some other sea lions. Chonkers, who's about 3 times the size of the sea lions living in the San Francisco Bay Area, moved in about a month ago and has made the area appear his home, drawing in large crowds keen to catch a glimpse. We don't have the actual video. If you haven't been to any of the piers in San Francisco, that is like the top attraction, is going and just looking at the seals and sea lions. But the video is him coming out of the water onto a very occupied platform, and all of them just scatter.
I would. If I saw Chonkers coming, you can see how the left corner of his little floating dock or whatever is kind of a little bit down on that end.
Yeah. He is a chonky boy, but that's one of my favorite things to do in the Bay Area.
It is cool.
It smells horrible, but it's so fun.
That's all right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Chonker's coming up like, this is my house now.
This is my platform. Everyone just move over.
He ain't scared. He ain't scared.
Big boy Chonkers.
Moving in. I love that name, Chonkers. Good looking stuff. All right. Coming up on our 9 o'clock and final hour of Queen City News. Don't go anywhere. Make some more coffee. Whatever you got to do. We're going to kick it off here right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Friday morning, everyone. TGIF, welcome into our 9 o'clock and final hour of the show that I mentioned. It's Friday. It is. And it's May 1st. I'm
Wow.
Jason Harper.
It is happy Justin Timberlake Day to all who celebrate. Yeah. I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador off all week and is today, obviously.
Yeah. I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. Mother Nature going to provide some of the cloudy skies for today before rain picks up heading into Saturday. So just grab the umbrellas and make sure you have a way to stay dry as we head into the start of the weekend.
All right.
Also going to cool down as those temperatures typically peak in the upper 60s, upper 70s this time of year. We're looking at 60s for Saturday. Right now, locked into the 50s. Really haven't budged too much as mostly cloudy skies have lingered overhead. Heading out the door right now, looking at what will be a mostly cloudy start to your day. Temperatures going to stay in the mid-50s with east-northeast winds 10 to 11 miles per hour. We're anywhere from 2 to 4 to even 5 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. Low 50s I-40 corridor, low to mid-40s in our mountain counties. I'm expecting us to start ramping up into what will be the upper 60s, even near 70 degrees as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Updating in real time here by 7 p.m. we're in the upper 60s. Looking at some scattered showers possible, 20% chance of that rain, northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. And again, looking at those low 70s through the peak heating hours of the day. Overnight lows settle into the 50s for your early morning on Saturday. So a little chilly, a little cold to start the weekend. We'll only get into the low 60s before rebounding into the 70s. We'll break down more of what our forecast looks like for the second half of the weekend and early next week coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
We cannot simply stand still and hope for the best.
Governor Josh Stein urging North Carolina lawmakers to pass the long overdue state budget and prioritize teacher pay.
Today, thousands of educators and advocates plan to march through Raleigh to put a spotlight on critical public funding needs.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in Charlotte with a look at why some say lawmakers are the ones who need to hear the lesson today. Savannah?
Yeah, Annie and Jason, thousands of students all across the state are out of school today. That includes Charlotte-Mecklenburg students, as well as Kannapolis City students, and those who attend Gaston and Cabarrus County schools, all without class today. But many teachers say that a day of advocacy is worth being a day out of the classroom. So the North Carolina Association of Educators, they're planning to fill the streets of downtown Raleigh today, similar to the way they did back in 2019. This year, they'll be rallying to demand lawmakers pass a budget with planned teacher raises and for the lawmakers to plan for long-term education needs. Organizers say the point of today's Kids Over Corporations protest is to speak out against legislators allegedly prioritizing private school vouchers and tax breaks over adequately funding public education. Advocates say that the General Assembly should plan to be spending at least $20,000 per student by the year of 2030 in order to get to the top of just the Southeast region. They also are looking for a raise of at least 25% for all public school employees. Teachers say they feel like they need to make a big statement like this just to be heard.
Advocacy for our profession and advocacy for our students is part of our job description. It is part of what we are evaluated on, right? And so we're not taking the day off. We're taking the day to go do our job in Raleigh.
So from 10 o'clock this morning until 3 o'clock this afternoon, there will be teachers meeting, marching, and rallying in Raleigh to demand lawmakers pass that state budget. Now, of course, as the day continues, we'll continue to provide you updates from the event on air, streaming on QC News Plus, and online at qcnews.com. Reporting live in Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. New wrongful death lawsuits have been filed following the 2025 plane crash that killed NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and 6 others. The estates of pilot Dennis Dutton and his son Jack Dutton are suing Biffle's estate, seeking $15 million each in damages. The lawsuits claim that Biffle, as the owner of the aircraft, failed to properly maintain the plane, contributing to that deadly crash.
7 people died when the plane went down near Statesville in December 2025. The cause is still under federal investigation. A separate lawsuit had already been filed on behalf of Biffle's daughter as families continue to seek accountability months after this tragedy.
Joining us is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, when you look at something like this, why does the ownership of an airplane like Biffle had here, why does that ownership place such a heavy legal responsibility? Because this isn't necessarily pilot error.
Yeah, well, it just depends on who's bringing the claim. And so you and Annie both mentioned it. There's two different cross claims. You have Dutton versus Biffle, pilot versus the owner of the plane. But then you have Biffle versus Dutton. You have the folks that they believe passed away based on the pilot's actions. And so both claims will be alleging different things. But if you're looking at the Dutton versus Biffle one, it's that they're saying that the owner of the airplane had a duty to maintain it, to operate it properly, to ensure that the overall safety of the aircraft was in the proper working order so that he could fly it. On the other side, they're saying it was your error that you were not properly maintaining the aircraft. Additionally, you didn't have a qualified co-pilot to fly with you. And so these cross complaints will have a number of things that will be similar, but specifically to your question, the ownership is that if you weren't properly maintaining it, then your negligence led to this tragedy.
Well, so as we mentioned, the NTSB is still investigating this. We have some preliminary ideas. Can these lawsuits even move forward if there is not a conclusive determining cause of this crash?
You can. I mean, you probably most of the time want to wait until you have some final report so you can use that final report to bolster your position or your claim. But the curveball here is that in North Carolina, we have something called contributory negligence, and I've talked about it here a number of times on the air. It's a typical torts claim. Yes, a number of folks passed away, 7. This is a wrongful death claim, the worst type of tort ever. But if you're looking at it from a purely academic standpoint, it's duty, breach, causation, and damages, the normal standard that you would have for a claim. Wrongful death being the worst type of damages. Causation, were you the proximate cause of my injury? But when I mention the contributory negligence, unlike the comparative fault, which is in other states, contributory negligence in our state means if you're 1% at fault, then you can be barred. So back to Jason's original question, if the Biffle estate, if the ownership was not done properly to the maintenance of the aircraft, and then at some point it contributed to it going down, then Biffle's claim would be barred. But then also on the other side, if there was some error in the pilot or the co-pilot, then their complaint could be barred. So you could actually potentially see both of these claims being dismissed because there's not, or at least being barred because there is this contributory negligence and they have contributed in some capacity, even in our state, if it's even 1%.
Wow.
Khalif, help us understand how complex of a case this is, because you're dealing with unimaginable grief. You got 7 people that lost their life, multiple families, multiple estates. You're dealing with liability. You're dealing with aviation safety. Like how complex is something like this?
Extremely complex. I mean, yeah. I practiced personal injury for a number of years. I mean, and if you have a multi-car accident, it's extremely complex. You feel like you want to pull your hair out, and pun intended.
We
right?
see what happened.
Right. But with all sincerity, when you're dealing with the outside influence with, a high profile case, then you're dealing with the NTSB, you're dealing with other investigators that are dealing with this, local law enforcement that are investigating. There are so many different agencies that you have to try to work with. You have your own private investigators that you're working with to try to piece together exactly what happened. So, I mean, there are a lot of moving parts. But what I can tell you is that at its root core, if you have even a 1%, I have to overemphasize that, this is going to be extremely complicated. We do have an exception to that in our state, which is the last clear path chance, which is a way you can work around that 1% if you contributed, but like your contribution, there was no way to avoid it, then you can still bring a claim. But those are extremely rare. And so I'll be watching this to see just from a legal perspective and from an academic perspective how this goes. But from the family side, obviously, they'll be watching to get some kind of closure.
Oh, yeah. And it seems like when we get NTSB reports, it's usually not one thing that causes an incident. So if you had to pick sides in this to go to court for and battle for, which one do you think you would pick?
The easier side would obviously for me would be the representing the Biffle estate in pointing claim to the co-pilot and the pilot, just because the earlier reports from the NTSB recognized that the co-pilot was not properly trained or endorsed to be in that seat. So that for me would be the easier one. But when you listen to some of the things they mentioned that they're talking about the pilot is talking about some of the mechanical things failing on the plane in real time. But I'd say right now, the Buffalo State probably has the stronger claim.
This is going to last quite a while, it sounds like. All right, Khalif, thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's almost 9:09 on this Friday morning. Ted, what are we expecting today for the next 48 hours or so?
Yeah, we're expected to see some of the spotty showers tapering off and making way for some peaks of sunshine later on this afternoon, then ramping up the rain chances overnight into your Saturday. Most of that rain off to our south towards Augusta, Georgia, heading into Columbia. So we're watching that closely. High pressure to our north, low pressure system pulling in some of the showers through the Midwest. High pressure builds out the Pacific Northwest. Dakota's still getting a little bit of that freezing rain, some ice in there, but the moisture over the Gulf states continues to train ease. That conveyor belt aims right towards Georgia into South Carolina. Stays out of our hair for the most part until we get the rain heading into your Saturday morning. Drought conditions, unfortunately, have not let up. Still looking at anywhere from the extreme drought, level 4, to the exceptional drought just east of Uptown. That's level 5 out of 5, as unfortunately our next chance of rain after Saturday doesn't come until Tuesday and a Wednesday. We need more of this consistent pattern to really find some relief from these drought conditions. I'll detail what your Saturday rain looks like here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you very much. Make sure those windshield wipers are working before that Saturday rain comes in so you're not caught off guard. Or you can slap on some Rain-X. I guess that's always an option there. Right now, we're looking at traffic merging from I-85 interstate onto I-77. That's what's happening right in the middle of the screen there. You can see the Queen City skyline in the distance there, so that is southbound traffic. Moving well, a couple of incidents still on the board. None of these really causing any delays. Volume has been light all Friday morning, which we are grateful for. Up near Lake Norman, coming down from Cornelius, that's the traffic on the right. Here's what's good is, for free, you're going on the right-hand side, you're going as fast as those in the toll lanes, and you're not having to pay for it. That doesn't happen often, so that's kind of nice, right? Down at the South Carolina state line near Carowinds, you can see the roller coasters. Traffic moving well, north and south, whether you're going down to the Palmetto State or coming into North Carolina. All stretches from Gaston County, Iredell County, York County, you're looking good. Coming in east on the east side of the city on Independence Boulevard, we are looking good. Even coming down 85 from Cabarrus County. That stretch is looking good as well. Just as you kick off a weekend, don't get too overconfident and get a speeding ticket. That would be the worst way to start the weekend. Annie?
All right, Jason, thank you. Charlotte FC looking to reach success as they head up north to face off against New England. We're checking in with none other than our friend of the show, radio play-by-play commentator Willie P, about what we can expect from the crowd. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte. All right, after a string of disappointing losses, Charlotte FC is looking to bring home a win as they make a trip up north facing off against the New England Revolution.
You know him as the play-by-play voice for Charlotte FC. He's just our friend, Willie P. Just our friend. Willie, it's good to see you. Happy Friday.
Hello, friends.
Looking sharp, man. The black and the teal and the crown. And
trying to bring some good vibes for a Friday going into a Saturday.
Let's hope it works.
We need your help. Listen, it was really got blown out too quickly against Nashville. And then, of course, the Cup play earlier this week with Atlanta United. I realize it's kind of a different string, and we'll talk about that with the players there. But what's going on with the slump? Is it psychological? What do you think's happening right now?
Well, the one thing is, Jason, it's three different things in three different games. Okay. And I think the problem is that you played an Orlando side who you thought you were going to beat. Orlando came out with a lot more desperation and a lot more high press than I think they were expecting. I think with Nashville's a very, very good team. They're a team that I think is probably going to win the Eastern Conference. And then you have an Atlanta team where you weren't feeling necessarily your best side. So you have all these different things converging together, and you have some injuries at the back, which is definitely thrown off Charlotte FC's defensive communication, and they just have not been clinical enough in the midfield. They need to boss the midfield. This is a team that works with an engine, Ashley Westwood in the middle. It works with guys like Brant Bronico, Jabril Gianni. Those kind of guys need to have their imprint on the game so that they can get the ball up to the guys like Pep Biel, Wilfred Zaha, where all the money is. So you can
up front.
Okay, so looking ahead to New England, what do we have to do to kind of get out of this slump?
Well, New England's a very interesting team this year, Andy, because they are just ahead of where Charlotte FC is in the table, but they have not beaten anybody who is above Charlotte FC in the table. So they've played a lot of teams that are in the lower half of the schedule. So is Charlotte FC, and some of those teams Charlotte FC has not beaten as well. So I'm not looking at New England as this world beater team, and they're also dealing with some injuries on their own right. So they're trying to bring in a brand new head coach. They got a lot of youth. It's very similar to what Red Bulls is doing, where they've got a brand new head coach in Marko Mitrovic, who has brought over a lot of guys who he coached at the U.S. Youth International team, guys who were in the Olympics a couple of years ago, guys who were at the Under-20 World Cup last year. This is a team that is, again, very much in transition. They were near the bottom of the league again last year, so a team that's trying to get on the rise. Charlotte FC needs to be able to take this opponent seriously, boss the midfield, dictate the terms, and hopefully get yourself over the hump, because honestly, a 2-2 road trip, I would have taken at the beginning of this road trip. Granted, you might not necessarily thought the wins come from the particular places that they were, but if you get 6 points out of this 4-game road trip, you don't play another road game now until July. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah, the match mayhem is coming up. Like 4 great home stretches in a row at Bank of America Stadium. We'll look forward to that coming up in about a week or so.
Sure.
What do you think, Coach Dean Smith, if he's got one thing to say to the team, whether it's right before they step on the pitch Saturday night or whatever time they've got today and tomorrow, what do you think he's going to tell them?
Over-communicate, because that's the one thing I feel like has been the biggest problem with Charlotte FC defensively, is they're having a lack of communication, and the wrong messages are being sent to different guys when it comes to marking players. And I think that's something where guys who you wouldn't expect to get lost in the box are getting lost in the box. Sam Surge, for example, one of the best goal scorers in the league, has himself wide open in the box against Nashville on Saturday. That's not something Charlotte FC can afford to do against New England, because you know who their good players are. You know what they're bringing up. Their big sensational striker, Dort Turgerman, is somebody who you can't leave alone in the box. Luca Langoni is somebody who needs an extra defender on the outside. There are certain things about this team that are very, very easy to fight and comprehend. It's about trying to make sure you have that attitude and the application that goes along with it.
Well, so who do you think can be the real leader in that, in fostering that communication and stepping up this week?
On the absence of Tim Ream, it's got to be Ashley Westwood.
Okay.
I think he's somebody who, once again, is coming into his own in terms of being an elder statesman on the squad, but has found the fountain of youth, has a couple of assists so far this season, has covered as much ground as anybody on the team. I think his second year here, he covered more ground and more distance than any player in the league at age 33. So it's something where you look at him and you say, he's not slowing down anytime soon. He's got to be somebody who ends up trying to boss things around. You're going to have, again, 2 guys who did not start your season in the back line potentially, with David Schnegg in for the injured Harry Toffolo and Andrew Pivot in for the injured Tim Ream. You got a lot of youth back there. You need somebody like Westwood to try and calm the waters.
We are hoping for this win. Again, the game tomorrow night, Gillette Stadium up in New England. You can catch it on Apple TV. And then 4 games in a row. I cannot wait. Coming up, Cincinnati, New York City, Toronto, and then New England again, all at Bank of America Stadium. We've been waiting. Like the whole city is marinating, waiting on the games to be played back here again.
It's an incredible month of soccer at Bank of America Stadium, culminating, of course, also with the big U.S. men's national team friendly against Senegal as well. We can't forget that part as well. But 4 great Charlotte FC opponents. You got Cincinnati, you've got, of course, New York City on the 13th, Toronto on the 16th, and then back again against New England on the 23rd. These are all Eastern Conference opponents, so they're all familiar opponents. Some familiarity should breed contempt, of course, as well. And we know Charlotte FC is always very unstoppable when it comes to the Fortress.
All right, so we're going to be keeping our fingers crossed and hoping for that win for Charlotte FC. Willie, thank you. And I believe that you have some notes for Ted.
So here's the thing with Ted. I'm okay with the rain this week because my wife told me to tell you, Ted, that we need some rain for our brand new plants in our garden.
Absolutely.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. No need to water the flowers tomorrow morning. Mother Nature's got that handled. So we're good to go with the rain chances heading into this weekend. As of this morning, some spotty rain, but not enough to water the plants. So might have to do it manually here today as radar shows mostly dry conditions for the Queen City, but more of the rain heading further south and east towards southeast Georgia, Augusta, into Columbia. That's where we have more of those showers that will be impacting you here heading out the door. So we can zoom in a little bit closer to where that rain is setting up, staying south of Charlotte for the most part. We had some light sprinkles early on that didn't really give us too many issues here for uptown. Now we're looking at the conveyor belt of that rain pushing over I-20 into Columbia. In terms of high pressure, not going to drive much of our forecast. We'll hold on to some partly cloudy skies here and there, but I think more of the cloud cover will impact eastern Texas into Louisiana, and the rain chances ramp up all across the southeast while we stay on the northern side of those impacts, that stationary front. So it's going to focus most of the storm activity further south as well. So when it comes to your forecast, partly cloudy skies with some sunshine north towards the I-40 corridor. Rain comes in overnight into your Saturday morning. Could be heavy at times from Saturday morning into your midday. Yellow indicating more of the aggressive rainfall. The farther south you go, the higher the rainfall amounts, with our conditions clearing up heading into Saturday evening and into Sunday. 1/4 of an inch around Charlotte, 1/10 of an inch mountain counties further south and east. Could even get closer to 1/2 an inch in some spots. We need as much rain as we can get. This is not going to bust the drought that we're currently under. Looking at about right now, the extreme drought, level 4 out of 5, and the exceptional drought, which is level 5 out of 5. Again, temperatures still in the 50s, 40s for the higher elevations as we continue to host those low 70s for the peak heating hours of the day. Low 60s in the mountain counties with a chilly evening tonight. 7-day forecast will bring in more of those low 60s for Saturday afternoon. 70s and 80s return heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
President Trump is putting a new focus on retirement savings. He signed an executive order Thursday calling for a new government website allowing Americans to find and compare private sector retirement savings accounts, focusing on people who don't get plans from their employers. The order comes 1 year before the federal government will begin matching retirement contributions made by low and middle income workers.
Thrilled to sign a historic executive order expanding access to high-quality retirement savings accounts for millions of Americans. In my State of the Union earlier this year, I promised to make the same types of retirement accounts enjoyed by the federal employees available to all Americans. So that's what we're doing. It only seemed fair. It's really a tremendous situation for all Americans. That was really much promises made, as I say, promises kept.
The new matching contribution, called the Savers Match, originally comes from legislation passed under former President Joe Biden back in 2022.
Some good news for frequent travelers. Starting today, you can sign up for TSA PreCheck at a discounted cost. TSA officials are offering $20 off the sign-up fee for first-time enrollees who are 30 and under. It brings the price down to a range of $56 to $65, depending on how you sign up. TSA PreCheck gives passengers preferential service at airport security checkpoints, and enrollment lasts for 5 years. Heading to a break as we take a live look over New York City blue skies for a beautiful Friday. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King in about 3 minutes. All right, coming up on 9:30 here on your Friday. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. A little extra dose of fist bumping. We got 30 minutes left in the show. TGIF, everyone. I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Julian Sador has been off all week. Speaking of off, My microphone was also off.
That's right, but you
now
know
it's
what?
on.
Let's take a live look over Churchill Downs for the Kentucky Derby.
Boy.
Everyone is all dressed to the nines. We
Look
got
at
your
that.
colorful outfits. We got our hats. And you know that they have just a whole lineup of events leading up to the big race. But Ted, it looks like it's a little cloudy there.
It does, yeah.
Any chances of rain and some muddy races?
Yeah, they're getting some of the cloud cover that we have, most of the moisture to our south. This is actually going to be a low pressure system to their north, pulling in some of that moisture. I feel more confident for them this weekend, but again, not going to get the brunt of the wet weather as they work on the tracks here close to home. We hold on to the cloudy skies with those mid-50s heading out the door. There's a plane taking off from Charlotte Douglas International. Might see it really quick over the side of your screen, but outside of that, east-northeast winds come in here anywhere from 10 to 15 miles per hour. Lagging behind temperature-wise from where we were this time yesterday, 2 to 4 to even 7 degrees behind where we were. That's giving us those mid to upper 50s around Charlotte, more in the way of those 40s for Boone and Jefferson. A little chilly. Make sure you dress appropriately in the higher elevations. We'll be cool for another hour or so before our late morning hours gets us into the 60s, mid 60s through lunchtime with highs touching 70 degrees heading into the peak heating hours of the day. So winds out of the northeast 5 to 10 miles per hour. We'll have those scattered showers with just a 20% chance. Highs near 70 degrees, landing well below normal for this time of year before overnight lows settle into what will be the 50s overnight heading into your early morning hours. So high temperatures will take a little bit of a dip, dropping down into the low 60s. Average highs typically hit the upper 70s this time of year. We'll gradually warm back up, heading into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees Monday into Tuesday. The rain gives us a little bit of relief when it comes to our pollen count. High pollen trees, the main culprit behind your flaring allergies, oak, hickory, sycamore. We'll get to medium low counts as we head into early next week with mountain counties following the same dip in temperatures before rebounding into the 70s heading into Tuesday. Another look at your forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. President Trump gave King Charles a parting gift, no tariffs on scotch.
And stocks just finished one of the best months since the pandemic. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more, plus today's opening numbers. How are markets looking as we kick off the day?
Well, Jason and Annie, strong. So we're continuing that very strong, especially for tech stocks, a month of April that we had. You know, the old saying on Wall Street is sell in May and go away. But investors wondering if that will happen this year because we've just been so strong lately. And we did close at record highs yesterday in the S&P and NASDAQ. So more gains this morning. The Dow right now up by 109 points. So there was a report that Iran has had some kind of counter proposal to the U.S. Don't know the details, but that seems to be giving a slight lift to stocks so far this morning.
And Jane, big oil companies are out with their earnings today. What are they saying about gas prices?
Right. Both ExxonMobil and Chevron reported earnings this morning, and the executives say that how long these high gas prices stick around depends on how long the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Now, they did say that the world energy market is under extreme stress. They're preparing for supply shortages for some time, although we are seeing oil down this morning, so it's almost a day-to-day situation.
It certainly is, Jane. All right, a little bit of good news here. Scotch lovers can expect some lower prices. Why is that?
Right, President Trump removed tariffs on Scotch whiskey during King Charles' visit to the U.S. So he touted the move as a celebration of the connection between the U.S. and the United Kingdom. Now, both Kentucky and Scottish whiskey was hurt by the trade war. Scotch exports to the U.S. down 15% last year, according to the Scotch Whiskey Council.
All right, that's some good news there on our Friday. Jane, thank you so much. We will see you dark and early on Monday.
9:33 now to a major labor market update. Layoffs just hit their lowest level in more than 50 years. At the same time, only about a third of Americans say that it's a good time to find a job.
All right, so let's bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. So Taylor, those numbers are telling two very different stories. What's going on here?
Yeah, we're experiencing a bit of whiplash right now because on one hand, I mean, layoffs are extremely low if we're looking at the data. 189,000 people filed for unemployment in the week ending on April 25th. That is the lowest level in nearly 60 years, which is crazy to think about. But on the other hand, that number really only shows that people aren't necessarily losing their jobs, it doesn't paint the picture of how hard it is to land a job right now. So, we have been talking about this low hire, low fire state of the job market for really over a year, 2 years now. And these numbers really show that gap is only widening.
All right, so let's talk about that gap. What's kind of to blame for the gap, and why are companies hanging on to workers, but they're not even hiring?
Yeah, so we are essentially experiencing a labor market freeze. Again, the low hire, low fire, and this really stems back to the pandemic. We're still having lingering effects from that, because if you remember, companies worked really hard to hire people. There were worker shortages in nearly every sector of the job industry, and now companies are not necessarily ready to let those workers go. At the same time, we also know there's a lot of economic uncertainty right now. We have global conflict in Iran, tariffs, high interest rates, and also development with AI that companies are still trying to navigate. So, and I think to make this even more complicated, we're also seeing kind of a wave of boomers retiring in the job market right now, and companies are kind of hesitant to replace those workers. So yeah, we're kind of essentially experiencing a freeze in a standstill across the board. I think fortunately part of that freeze is a lack of layoffs.
Okay. All right, so what would need to change for hiring to pick back up?
Yeah, I think that companies would need to feel more confident about where the economy is going. I think there's 3 things that they are looking at specifically, and that's inflation cooling, also interest rates coming down, which we know are really steady right now, unfortunately, and really demand kind of staying strong. I think until that happens, companies are really going to be holding on to their workers, and they're going to be cautious about taking more on. I think that goes to say, anyone on the job market right now can probably tell you it's not easy to land a job right now. And the people who are in their roles aren't really kind of ready to leave because they're afraid what that could lead to on the job hunt.
All right, Taylor, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It is 9:36. In other news this morning, the top story all day today, teachers from all across North Carolina arriving in the state's capital to demand education-related changes from their lawmakers. This event is fueled by growing frustration from educators and communities alike over what they call an ongoing underfunding of public schools, which they say has persisted for more than a decade. Here in our area, Charlotte-Mecklenburg, Kannapolis City, Gaston, and Cabarrus County schools are among some of the groups with a big portion of their workforce joining the rally. One North Carolina high school counselor says it's about getting lawmakers' attention to support schools.
Right now, North Carolina is 50th out of 50 in funding effort, meaning that the state has the ability and the ability to support and invest in our public schools. However, they are choosing instead to give corporations and the wealthy tax breaks, which means they're not choosing to invest in North Carolina's future, our students.
That march and rally are scheduled to begin in Raleigh this morning in about 20 minutes, around 10 o'clock this morning.
North Carolina's Medicaid system is getting more money after weeks of uncertainty. Governor Josh Stein signed the Medicaid bill into law Thursday. It pumps $319 million into the system to close a funding gap. Stein is also raising concerns about what's in the bill. That includes work requirements, eligibility checks, and immigration verification.
The bill will eliminate health care coverage for nearly 27,000 children and pregnant women who were lawfully present in the United States. The group includes victims of human trafficking, green card holders, refugees, and other immigrants with legal status.
Republican lawmakers say they are open to revisiting provisions to match with federal law, taking effect October 1st. But both sides say they are facing another shortfall next year of $1 billion. Lawmakers in Raleigh are proposing a new law enforcement team to handle future child welfare cases in the wake of a Charlotte girl's death. Mecklenburg County Representative Carla Cunningham filed the Dominique Moody Safety Act yesterday. It's named after a 6-year-old girl who died in East Charlotte last December. Authorities believe she was abused leading up to her death. Her 3 caretakers were later arrested. Under the legislation, the proposed team would work with social services departments and handle cases that show repeated red flags.
Investigators say that they have put a stop to a Union County operation to sell medications and other items stolen from big box stores. They believe it's part of a wide-ranging network behind thefts all across the country. A former CMP detective tells Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks he started a security business to prevent crime rings just like this.
55-year-old Deanna Morzinski and 42-year-old Luis Ospina are in the Union County Jail facing charges tied to an alleged organized retail theft ring. Investigators say they convinced people across the U.S. to steal items from major retailers, then ship them for sale in the pair's fake nonprofit organization, Key Step LLC.
The nonprofit, best that we can understand, is it was supposed to be helping orphan children who were transitioning into adulthood. And they had all types of people, good people, donating to this cause because they think that they're doing a great thing out in the community. However, it was just a front.
The front was operating the fake organization while running KRZ Logistics, what deputies say was the actual business used to facilitate the resale of the goods.
And they were just saying that they were getting such good prices because they went to liquidation sales. Well, they got good prices because there was thieves around these 16 states stealing things, sending them, and they were profiting from it.
Authorities say they recovered $250,000 in stolen merchandise.
From places such as Walgreens, CVS's, Publix.
A lot of the people that were involved in this were not just your run-of-the-mill, people coming in stealing candy bars and food items.
The National Retail Federation says shoplifting and merchandise theft increased by more than 50% in 2025, costing stores more than $112 billion in losses.
What we call shrink, the shrink numbers are still increasing and not decreasing, and the violent offenses are increasing as well.
Anthony Finocchio was the lead detective of the Organized Retail Theft Task Force for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police. Now he runs Shield Solutions, a staffing company for uniformed off-duty officers working at retailers.
The whole premise of the businesses is really simple. If you think like a criminal and you see a uniformed off-duty police officer with a marked car, you're not going to go into that store.
For now, reporting in Union County, Shakir Speaks, Queen City News.
Coming up after the break, it's a sport quickly growing in popularity, and advocates are looking to get it the recognition it deserves. We are speaking with a local high school coach about their push to get boys volleyball sanctioned in North Carolina. You're watching Queen City News. We will be right back. Boys volleyball is one of the fastest growing sports in North Carolina, but the state is also one of the only ones where the sport is not sanctioned.
All right, but all that could be changing next week. We have Sarah Conklin with us from the North Carolina Boys Volleyball Association talking about this major vote that's coming up and why it's so important to all these athletes.
So it's important because we've got thousands of boys already playing. So we're in our 10th season of club volleyball across the state, and there's thousands of boys playing. There's also 1,000 boys waiting to play. So we've met the threshold for a yes vote, and if that happens, it means it opens the doors to all the kids at the schools that have said, we'll just have it when it's sanctioned. We're not going to act before then, but when it's sanctioned, we'll offer boys volleyball, and that's been at 50 plus high schools that have said that to us. So it's going to open the floodgates.
So help us understand, because you're also the boys volleyball coach at Weddington High School, one of the Union County public schools there. So South Carolina has it sanctioned, North Carolina does not. How do you still have a team? Like, who do you compete against if some teams are sanctioned and some aren't? How does that even work?
So we don't compete against South Carolina teams. And what's interesting is that every state has their own threshold for sanctioning, meaning something you have to meet. South Carolina needs 16 high schools, right? We needed 25% of all membership schools, which you're talking about 110 plus for 2 seasons. So it's a pretty high bar. Wow. But because of that, we've created conferences and we have state championships. Like this year, May 16th at Queen's University, we're crowning 4 state champions, 1 to 4A, 5, 6A, 7, and 8A. So it's very exciting. We've structured it just like girls volleyball, so it's something very easy to adopt for the NCHSAA. So a yes vote would mean even more competition and more opportunity for young men.
Well, right now, what do opportunities look like in North Carolina for boys? Is it just at a club level and that's kind of it?
So at the high school, we're all clubs until we're sanctioned, but that all looks a little bit different. So it kind of depends what school you go to. At Weddington, Marvin, we've had we've had club teams from the very beginning. So we're in 9, 10 years. Others that are brand new don't have the support that we have. So they're treated, maybe they have to go outside their school to rent a gym, or they have to buy their own uniforms, stuff like that. And so it's really a support consistency that sanctioning is going to provide.
Sarah, I want to pop up a graphic here that shows some data. This is from the, let's see here, the National Federation for High Schools. They look at athletics. So there's a lot of numbers here that you're looking at, but this is the interest in boys sports over the last 10 years. What I want you to look at is towards the bottom, the highlighted line, volleyball. Look at that 76% interest change. Baseball, basketball, all the favorites are going down. This one is exploding off the charts. You played yourself for the women's team at UNC Charlotte. Now you're moving over to the guys' side. For those that haven't seen boys volleyball, some people will say, that's a women's sport. If you haven't watched boys play volleyball, even at the college or Olympic level, it's like a whole, give us a perspective of how different it is.
So, I like the analogy that it's like having an alley-oop on every play, right? So it's so exciting. It's an ultimate team sport because you can't win a point all on your own, right? Maybe you'll get an ace on a serve, but in general, you're not going to win a point and all on your own. So it's the ultimate team. It brings guys together. It's a very powerful, isolated aggression sport. So I'm going to crush the ball. Lots of celebration. And so the fans, when they see it for the first time, and of course I'm a women's volleyball fan, but it's just the pace is a little bit different. You might have less rallies, but the explosive plays are just really exciting to watch.
And so from an athlete standpoint, what will this mean to have this sport sanctioned for the athletes who actually get to play and who are waiting to play? What will that mean to them?
So what's really exciting is that we've seen athletes take to the sport very quickly. The guys learn the game very quickly. They bring skill sets from other sports growing up, and they bring a creativity to the game that's really exciting. Now we're seeing, you saw the numbers of the boys game rising. That's also happening at the college level, and they need athletes. So we've got guys that are playing 1, 2 years of high school ball in North Carolina that are having that college opportunity open for them right out of the gate. So it's very, very, very exciting.
Okay, so this is all hinging on a vote. Next week on the 5th and 6th, next Tuesday, Wednesday, you got the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. What do you need to get this passed? Do you expect it to pass? Do we need more interest to call someone? What are you hoping to get out of just more excitement around this?
So we have met the threshold for them to say yes.
Okay.
I think, a few things. You never know. Me being jaded, I guess. You just never know what might happen with budgets or anything else. It's a sunk cost sport. It uses the same exact equipment that girls volleyball uses, and virtually every school already has that. So it's a very cheap sport to start. So, as far as supporting goes, just spreading the word about what this means and what the yes vote, the impact that's going to have on so many young men statewide. And you can go to our Instagram at NC Boys High School Volleyball and just share and just spread the word. That would be amazing.
Fantastic. Well, we'll be keeping an eye on that, though. Thank you so much for joining us to kind of shed some light on this. This is incredible.
Thank you.
All right, let's go over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton with a check of our forecast. Ted, just kind of a gray, gloomy day, mild temperatures, but what does our weekend have in store?
Yeah, we start off with those 50s. Rain chances ramp up heading into our Saturday and Sunday as we look into what will be a wet start to the weekend, a little bit on the cooler side as well. And then we'll be warming things up heading into your Sunday as 70s return. Right now, mid-50s, heading out the door, east-northeast winds 11 miles per hour, dew points in the mid-30s. I'm looking at the slight rain chances pushing east now towards Fayetteville, but outside of our area, still looking at some of the aggressive rainfall towards Columbia, South Carolina. We'll stay mostly dry with that moisture staying to our south before we ramp up more of the intensity with that rain heading into your weekend. So right now, the bulk of that rain and that moisture is over eastern Texas into Louisiana, heading through our Gulf states towards the Carolinas for the start of your weekend. As of right now, though, high pressure still loosely impacting our forecast, giving us a few peaks of sunshine here through the afternoon. So walking you through it, here's most of those spotty showers south and east of uptown. Most of that comes back again heading into Friday evening, Saturday morning. A little bit of the light to moderate rain picking up in intensity late morning, early afternoon. We'll be clearing up as we head into your Saturday evening, and then Sunday brings in more of the sunshine, clear conditions. Looking at a quarter of an inch possible for Charlotte. Areas further south and east could be closer to a third, maybe up to a half of an inch in some spots where that blue shading is locked in. It's not enough to bust this drought, though. Level 4 and 5 out of 5 for the extreme drought in that red. The darker red shading is the exceptional drought that's taken hold just east of uptown. We still have a cool start to your morning, mid-50s with our mountain counties in the mid to upper 40s, and highs land right near 70 degrees through the peak heating hours of the day. 7-day forecast, there's the dip with low 60s expected for Saturday. 70s return Sunday into early next week. We'll hit those 80s with returning rain chances Tuesday and Wednesday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast. 70s for this Friday. Low 60s Saturday as we ramp up those rain chances, finishing off the work week heading into the weekend. Then a gradual warming trend gets us back into the upper 70s come Monday of next week. 80s return with those rain chances coming back Tuesday and Wednesday.
All right, let's go from the Queen City to Fort Worth, Texas. You're looking at the Great American Speedway right there. I mean, everyone is set and ready. The stage is ready. This speedway in Texas, known for having no limits, and the fans are ready for action later tonight. The Craftsman Truck Series kicks off at 7 o'clock with the SpeedyCash.com 250. Tomorrow, the Andes Frozen Custard 340 O'Reilly Auto Parts race is at 2:30. And then, of course, the main event on Sunday afternoon, the Worth 400. We got just enough time, guys. Ted has been generous enough to loan the ladies for Positively Charlotte,
that was big of you.
Alicia and Liza, his Friday weekend car, and they are outside in our parking lot right now. Wow, that car's looking nice, ladies.
Beautiful.
Good morning.
You know, Ted is such a giver. Good morning. Well, it's not really Ted's car. This is actually the Hot Wheels Legends Tour. It's rolled into Charlotte. So Liza and I, we're living our best lives out here.
We really are. It's a parking lot party, guys.
That's
We're
right.
so excited. We're also going to have our Pet of the Week. We're going to be talking about Mint to Be, which is Charlotte's Met Gala at the Mint Museum. So tons of fun today.
Also, the Charlotte Ballet is celebrating America 250, as is this car. Can you see it? This is the America 250 car for our 250th anniversary.
beautiful.
So, yeah, I don't think I'll be coming in anytime soon.
No, exactly. We're going to be hanging out with this car all day long.
Wow.
Is there even room to sit in that thing?
It doesn't look like. How do you even see over the hood?
I've been in this car before. Yeah, you've got to kind of like throw your legs in. It goes down really deep. But I've been in this car. It's pretty cool.
Oh,
love
man. Ted, did you have any instructions for your vehicle for how they, as long as they get it back to you?
They
by
just
tonight?
outed you, though. They said it wasn't yours.
I gave it to Hot Wheels to give to you guys.
Got it,
got it.
It's proxy.
That's what it is. All right, Alicia, Liza,
Thank you,
thank you.
Ted.
I appreciate. I mean, Met Gala fashion,
Wow.
ballet, and Hot Wheels cars. That's a
So much
lot in 1
culture
hour.
on a Friday.
I know.
I like it.
How about that, right? Listen,
Entertain myself.
I know. All right, listen. Thank you guys for being with us this week. Enjoy the weekend. Try to stay dry if you can. There they are. Look up, ladies, and wave. We see you high above. That's from our tower.
Nope.
Have a good weekend, guys.
They said no.
Not today. Not
today.
today. Oh my God.
Well, they say legends never die, and the Hot Wheels Legends Tour has rolled into Charlotte.
That's right, and we are rolling into this weekend with some fun things to do, so stick around. We're going to tell you all about them.
That's right.
And also a swift mystery is afoot. The strange way that Taylor's website may have just dropped a surprise for the weekend.
And a country star opts for the Tex-Mex treatment. How one family can't wait to get this party started. Welcome to this very special edition of Positively Charlotte. Happy Friday. I'm Alicia Quarles.
I'm Liza Mahachik, and we're standing here with Mr. Brendan Vituski, who is here to tell us all about everything happening with Hot Wheels.
Well, that's
we're so
right.
excited.
You've got a very cool, you're the designer for Hot Wheels. That's a cool title. Come on now.
So
One of them. Yes, thank you. Yeah, we're in town for the Hot Wheels Legends event tomorrow here in Monroe, and we'll be at the Walmart from 8 to 12, and we'll have an amazing car show there. It's free for everyone. Come on in, bring your family, bring your kids, have a good time, come see some cool cars, buy some product at Walmart, whatever, and hang out and let's have some fun.
Okay, but this is also a competition. This is about fun, but so tell people what the competition's about.
The competition is we are looking for the next Hot Wheels vehicle. So bring your car. We'll have so many entrants in, and we will be judging the cars there, looking for something creative, authentic to Hot Wheels, something original that we haven't seen before, and it'll be very cool. So, we know what a brand new car looks like, but we want to see what someone has cleverly built, something unique, something different, something we've never seen before.
Well, speaking of cars, let's talk about the one that we've got right behind us. Tell us about it.
That is called the Twin Mill. That is considered Hot Wheels' first original design, originally created back in 1969. This one is built in...
And I'm going to have us step out of the way real quick so we
we're
can
gonna,
see
We're going
it
to explore it deeper, though, in the show as well. Yeah.
So this car was built in 2001, and it has 2 supercharged big block engines on it. It is fully drivable, fully functional, very fast, probably around 1,400 horsepower, we estimate.
And as I said, later in the show, we're going to give you an up-close and personal tour of this car. But let's talk about the car aficionados in Charlotte. We love our cars here.
Oh,
what
we
kind
love
of
our